Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. I have a massive fucking headache. I probably shouldn't be streaming, but I felt like doing it, because keeping to my schedule keeps me something resembling functional. Hey Mandy, thanks for stopping by while you had time. Hey Sir Jacko. Benzodi, Mick, Danny. Fantastic fungi. I almost called you Sharp. Hey Mark. Hey Kels, thanks for streaking. Um, Hello, it's me. So, Ham Glam, level 9. We made it back to level 9. This is the third will for this run concept. Lost the first one to Philro, lost the second one to Therazin. Both Philro and Therazin are dead now. So, gonna try to keep things mostly risk-free for the first hour here to bypass the 1 hour curse. And we're gonna get some XP. I think first thing is actually we're gonna respec. Did I get all the double foil masks? No.
Ever onward.
There's still the one at the dig site, and then by the 2 dig sites. First thing we're gonna do. Paper Blackthorn. I want to correct my stats so that I'm not on 11 Charisma, and I want to swap the order of investment between Druid and Bard so that my spellcasting goes to Charisma.
Time for a chat.
Thou hast now a bosom companion. Take care. Dost thou require a new...
Hey, Goldscythe. I think this is how we do it. Go down to 12 con. Which I really need to figure out my con save issue. We're level 9, we can go into the Gauntlet of Shar and get Dark Justiciar helmet. That's going to be +1 to con saves and -1 crit. Using the green DJ helmet from Act 1 is still technically better for saving throws. Unless the passive from the purple one works exactly the same, which I don't think it does. But the crit thing is funny, so we'll do that. I'll make sure that I select Wasteland Wanderer Fire for my fire resistance, Ranger Knight for my heavy armor proficiency. Green DJ helmet's so ugly it's unusable. I'm sorry, I just can't. No, that's valid. It's very valid. It is not a good look. Its ability swap heroism out for silence. Silence has been so useful this run. Like, it always is. But, holy shit, it's been incredible. Messed up my skill proficiencies.
Dost thou require a...
No, did I not? Let's still do this in the right order. I did mess it up. Okay. Its ability. Yeah, I want my 2 expertise picks to be athletics and persuasion. Persuasion expertise won't really matter for me in Act 3, but like most of the others won't either. So, but definitely athletics, and persuasion helps me right now. So. Took a wrong spell, but make that work. Hey, Remus. Blade of Santa's workshop at your service. The blade, if you know, I'm something of a scientist myself. Yeah, I can do without calm emotions for now. Yeah. I did briefly take Phantasmal Force, and I see the sauce. It's just, this probably isn't the run for it. But I see the vision. Between Calm Emotions and Phantasmal Force, we do take Calm Emotions right now. But I see the sauce. If I'm holding King's Knife while using Fire Shield, that reroll 1s and 2s from damage when I get hit? Yeah. Well, I'm actually not sure, because I know enemy rerolls, like if they have reroll effects when they hit you and trigger Fire Shield, they will reroll your Fire Shield die for more favorable. So it's possible that yours also work on your Fire Shield, which would be utterly nutty, but I'm actually not sure. Like, I know that because, Moonrise Paladins have great weapon fighting style, and I have seen rerolls on my Fire Shield when I didn't have any myself. Hey RJ, thanks for streaking. Hey Superman.
Defender of the people.
I lost a little bit of HP, but My spell save DC should no longer be garbage.
Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
This better be good.
Just got enough. Nice. Let's do mean locks.
Anything you want to say?
Underdog makes sense. I guess Spiteful Thunder makes sense for when I want to do mantle stuff. So we'll do Crushers for now. I'll use the Infernal Rogue Fire Shield here. I'll have to make sure I kill Zarel today to pick up her shield for Fire Shield. Getting low on Peg Scrolls because of the Therazin incident. Hey, Mizzy. What doing today? Doing okay. Big ol' headache, but having something to focus on helps a little bit. Hope you're well.
Going on the sly. Careful.
I'll be a big ol' headache. I'm in pain. I already used that today. And I am using a Fire Shield Scroll, which I only have one left. But I do need to go kill Zarel.
Silence is gold.
Oh gods! What hole did this thing crawl out of?
Don't have Psychic Resistance, so Psionic Overload wouldn't be great right now, because it could risk my concentration and also choose at my temp HP, though I really want to do it. But I shouldn't. Get some good damage in there. Rolled 1, you rerolled to 2. The 2 rerolled to 1. It's very unfortunate. Have any martial recommendation for a melee-only mobile run? Have my eyes on Arcane Trickster. Hunter. Yeah, Hunter. Arcane Trickster's great, though. My concentration, man. Why didn't it take the bigger value? Because that's not how rerolls work. You're not rolling two things simultaneously and taking the better one. You are changing your result into a different result. The new result can be worse. It's mathematically unlikely, but it's possible. Big streak at head control. Question, I was in the Foundry last night fighting a big Watcher Bro. Right when he died, spawned like 3 more of him. Is this a thing? No. That would definitely be from mods.
No holding back.
The Organ Rearranger does says it takes the highest value. Does say it takes the highest value, but like clearly that's not how it works, because how else would this happen? Like, you saw it on your screen. Or maybe you didn't, but like, I'm gonna show you again. Damage roll 1. You see the reroll symbol. Hover over reroll. Shows the breakdown. I rolled 1, it turned into 2. The 2 turned into 1. I have 2 reroll effects. Reroll 1 went 1 to 2. Reroll 2 went 2 to 1. How else would you explain that? Nice. Getting that done in one fire shield was good. Starting to get a little worried that I wouldn't be able to do that, but it worked out.
Keeping pace. What I wouldn't give for a good rest about now. I'll see what I can do.
I don't care about this ring, but guiding bolt traps hit quite hard. I did make sure to check my HP total before doing that.
Freshened up, ready to fight.
Yeah, let's go into the gauntlet now.
Defender of the people.
Zirel, Minthara, whoever you are, leave. I shall carry out General Form's will alone.
So I was thinking about what I do for my next 2 levels. If I go Druid and then Druid, that'll give me Dual Wielder just in time to use the Infernal Rapier in the Act 2 finale, while dual wielding it with something else, and I think that's pretty cool. But if I go pick up Booming Blade with, like, a Sorcerer dip,
Empty tomb.
then my spellcasting stays on Charisma.
Well, I'd rather.
I have Booming Blade for, like, Elemental Infusion and such. Being able to use Elemental Infusion here makes a lot of sense. And Booming Blade combined with, Command Flee is kind of some sauce. Hey, Michelle.
That's no mere diss. It's a lift. I found the way forward.
So maybe we will have to respec again once I hit level 10. Then we'll briefly switch to maybe Infernal Rapier plus Ketheric Shield. I'll have to go out of my way to, like, do the disarm stuff to him. Alright, we waited to go into the gauntlet until level 9. So we get the most XP we could reasonably get from that spot in this run. Obviously waiting till level 10 would be the actual max of what we could reasonably get, but excuse me. I would have to do a lot of stuff very awkwardly to pull that off.
Warriors must not be caught, must not be tricked. Only loss awaits the unworthy. Not welcome, child.
I should
Follow my voice.
54, thank you.
Prove your worth.
Octave or Tute. I do have the Graceful Cloth. I should be putting that on for lockpicking. I'm just lazy.
What have we here?
Great Strange Ox, gotta do that too. $300 in groceries. Ugh.
Silence is gold.
Yeah, this is why I don't eat. Please let me starve in peace. I cannot afford.
Going on the sly. Every step counts. Chicken feet.
Cucumbered. How? Got $80 in groceries yesterday. Didn't even fill a whole paper grocery bag. Yeah. Your daily reminder that the billionaires want to kill us all, and that many of the 99% are primarily so racist that they're okay with that happening. Even though they're hurting more of their own than the scary other people. I hate it here.
Nothing of value comes easy.
Mark is very
Overcome
valuable.
my trials.
Shut up, Char. I got you, buddy. Imagine being so scared of different people, you'd be willing to hurt yourself and those close you just hurt them more. Like, that's already ridiculous, but also remember that they're not even hurting those other people more, they're hurting themselves more. Because if you look at those dumbass hick states, they're the biggest recipients of federal aid programs. Let's look at their populations. Oh, what? What? It's majority rural, uneducated white voters who vote red? Surely that's a coincidence.
They won't see me coming.
It is literally burning your own everything down so that someone else might choke on the fumes.
Silence is gold.
And I know figuratively is correct here, but they would literally do that. There is no bottom. So,
Finding my way.
Hey Don, thanks for the 58 months. I get Will to be Hag-Eyed. You disguise, and then Ethel will still be like, oh, bring someone who has an eye to spare, and then you disguise as something else. And she's like, oh, okay, let's do it. So Will has no eyes. It's great. We have failed the saving throw there. Should have grabbed protection from missiles for this too. No grab for the big fight. No-eyed Willy.
Wait, how do you fought Will to the Hag-Eye? Also, hello Quag Pride Quag Chad Quag Fine Quag Jiglin Quagsire.
Hey Doc, always good to see you. Thank you very much for the 58 months. That's a long time. Next month we get Fallout Season 2. Oh yeah. I've been keeping track of that, because, like, I enjoyed Fallout Season 1, but it's not one of those things that, like, really sticks in my mind. Shadowblade would be more correct for this, but Evil Route.
No holding back.
Sad. Yeah, it's the same Latin as Blade Ward. There's a lot of incantation reuse. It's not like they have one for every individual effect in the game. Our day.
Watch and learn.
And roll again? What are you doing? I don't know. vision anymore, right? So with Blade Ward on, they just didn't want to bother attacking me at all. Which isn't quite what I intended. We take those though.
What can silence the night song?
What have we here?
Suffering from GR.
Nice. A spear of this caliber's got plenty of gutting potential.
It's a very violent comment, Will. Everyone else talks about how pretty it is, and Will's like, oh, I could really fuck someone up with this. Hey, well, I don't know what. What's this outfit? Why does it slap? Carlax clothes, no underwear. The Spear or Frontier of Fuck. Yeah, that's a long name, but I like it. Spear of Fuck, can I have it? If you're good. Also, fuck mention.
Blade at the ready.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
I don't know that I necessarily am alright by Jahira, Tally. That's the thing.
Take.
You upset my
Fleet of foot.
Bit of a misplay there, but make that work. Yeah, just crit. Just crit again. It's easy. Installed the crit patch. There we go, max roll. Updating the build command. I don't need Blade Ward. Charmed and then exploded from poison. Somehow relatable. A little confused over there. I think maybe they're doing math to see if they can actually damage me. Because with Blade Ward, 5 physical DR, protection from missiles, and missile snaring, I don't think anyone can actually damage me with a bow. At least, not if they're only shooting once. Counter charm. Hang on, let me allow gangbangs. Yeah, they don't have bones. They're just empty armors, right? A lot of different uses for my reaction right now. Kind of like it. Case when I forget. When I take an opportunity attack, forget it means I can't use Halo Spores after. Yeah, it is something you gotta be mindful of.
Found my mark.
No more archers, so don't need to save my reaction. Get some good backlash damage. I would have been surprised if none of those worked, to be honest. Crit fail and concentration. Yeah, I need to get fucking Shade Clinger armor. Stop rolling bad. It's not rocket surgery. Got a surgery capable rocket for you right here. Hey shoot, thanks for streaking. Like the horn that plays. Yeah, I think that's from Bloodlust Elixir. Keep Soulbreaker Greatsword in case I need to hit an initiative bracket against something.
Even a dragon's corpse doesn't spill this much blood. What happened here? Heading out.
Guess I should get some XP from here. Do I have the supplies though? Yeah, I think so. My bonus necrotic won't do shit. We got that.
Easy enough.
The bowl contains an...
Something, I reckon. Just not sure what.
Toppings down. Finders keepers. What have we here? Quiet as a moonbeam. Checking things out.
Damn shade. Looks like I need to give this another go.
I'm going in. Best foot forward.
The first trial completed. The first sign you are worthy. Continue.
Self-same right now? Not feeling it. Now that we have necrotic resistance, there's a bunch of fights in the exterior we can take. What did the Moon Lantern drop do? Callous Glow.
They won't see me coming. Quiet as a moonbeam.
Cruel Sting keeps Karnas as a bonus psychic damage as long as you don't long rest with it in your possession. So, like, it's a pretty good sword. Like, especially if you're doing a Great Weapon Master build. You have Callous Glow and Shadow Thief. Oh, same attack against shadows? Yeah. Yeah. I should have equipped that, but for war I had it. Do I even have it on this attempt? I don't think I've actually done that yet. Yeah, no, that's why I didn't equip it.
Today you fool. No time to waste.
should save charm for you. Concentration is an issue. Go get Shade Clinger after this fight.
That might be worth a look.
Spider is good. Assume we're talking about the Beastmaster Spider? Yeah, Beastmaster Spider goes crazy.
I'm spent. I should unwind in camp.
Late game, you just stick Hunter's Mark on a target and you stand next to it with Ballast, and then your Spider can just solo anything.
Pride of the game.
I never thought I'd make it.
Didn't get the Mighty Cloth this attempt.
Where do you hail from?
Try to decide which class will give me access to the greatest number of poison-related spells now.
The absolute
Wizard.
war drums beat loud in your chest. How
Ray of
may
Sickness,
I
Chromatic Orb, Poison Spray, Cloud Kill. But that's all of them. Wizard. Coatings are the real sauce for poison damage builds. Purple Worm Toxin, my goat. But yeah, Wizard gets all the spells. Buy those before I forget. I should have 2 of those around too. Druid doesn't get half of those. If you play Land Druid, I think the only thing you miss from that list is Ray of Sickness. You miss Chromatic Orb and Ray of Sickness. But if you play Land Druid, you get you can pick up Cloud Kill. I think Spores gets it too. Land and Spores. land gets the added benefit of you get built-in poison immunity. So that's something worth considering. Or if you want to just stand in your own cloud kill without needing a elixir to do so.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slaughter.
Lot. Hey, Smelman. I fell asleep almost immediately. How's the rest of your stream?
Ever at your service.
Land Druid gets their poison immunity level 7, I believe. Monks is level 10. Let me fact check myself here. No, it's also level 10. Level 10 for both classes. Level 7 is the, yeah, level 6 is spike growth immunity. That's what I was thinking of. Level 10 is the poison immunity. I was out of spike growth. Good. Or, out of... I was thinking spike growth. My brain doesn't fucking work today. I was out of ice storms. Good to correct that while I have the opportunity. I'm out of fire shields. That's another thing I need to correct. I have lightning bolts. Out of magic missiles. I have a sleet storm at least. I have 2. Alright. 5 more invis.
And all.
Thanks again, of course. Out of brain cells? Real.
Ever at your service.
Grab another cloud kill. I doubt I'll use it, but I like it. Gave her some for free because I cannot be bothered. Alright, now we go by Shapeslinger armor and shamelessly abuse that. I think it's a love ray of sickness.
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
It's shit, so you're not losing anything by not having it. And if the concept is do poison stuff, there's an entire list of other poison stuff that we've been talking about here.
Tick.
Seems very straightforward to me. Criminal Poisoner's Ring is a long rest. I think that's the only thing keeping it reasonable. Because one of those gear pack mods, it's either Ancient Mega Pack or Fades. I don't know which one was the culprit, so I'll blame both of them. Changes it to, and you're gonna fucking love this, changes it to per battle, changes it from action to bonus action, and makes it fixed DC 18. That's outrageous. Yes, but, you know, there's so many posts about poison damage bad, so clearly that was necessary, right? Right?
He was joking this morning. He was a good harper. I think I
Gave her the sword before and knocked her out and took it. She didn't reward me again, but it's funny that I could just keep giving her Jonas's sword. The main cleric with Trickery's Divine Strike would have been neat. Why? Crazy Nature Cleric does all 3 out of combat. It's crazy that people say Nature Cleric is bad when, like, lol. Just on a reaction be like, that's elemental damage? No, half. And also, you have 3 different Divine Strikes. And also, you're a cleric that gets druid spells. And also, you have heavy armor proficiency. It's people that run around saying Nature Cleric is like the worst thing ever. Just literacy doesn't exist. Unironically best stealth archer. Also, uniquely, Nature Cleric can apply and detonate Oil of Combustion with the same arrow. Like, at once, they don't need to wait for burning to tick or some such. Because you just hit and then react Divine Strike Fire. So force 2 saves versus Crawler as well. Any on-hit DRS. Well, not any. Most of them will work that way. So, like, any Divine Strike except for War and Death does that when you use it off the bar. War and Death are non-DRS Divine Strikes. So that means Nature, Trickery, Life, Tempest can all do that. Knowledge and Light don't have Divine Strikes. War and Death have non-DRS ones. debating how I want to handle the Ox here. I think Soulbreaker is the play.
Hit him hard.
No surprise round.
Finding my way.
Sacrifice 2 XP to be safe.
They never said anything about oxen.
Just a peek.
Love you, Ooze, rip. I'll say it's weird that Light Domain does get Divine Strike. This gets a lot of other cool stuff, so it's not like it feels lacking. I mean, it does feel lacking, which is why I don't play it very often. Some Cleric Domains get Potent Cantrip instead of Divine Strike. Now, Potent Cantrip sucks because it is extremely specific in what it applies to, and also it does specifically want Wisdom. So, Potent Cantrip does suck. And that is a downside of Light and Knowledge domains, that their level 8 is mostly worthless. Applies to Sacred Flame. Produce Flame as well, but yeah, just those two really. Because it specifies Cleric Cantrip that you know from your Cleric levels. Like, if Death Domain got that, then it would apply to Bone Chill, Bursting Sinew, Toll the Dead. Like, Toll the Dead, Bursting Sinew would still be shit, but at least getting that on Bone Chill could be something. But it's on Knowledge and Light, so you are really only looking at Produce Flame and Sacred Flame. And if you're boosting Sacred Flame up in a build, Evocation Wizard is just the answer. Because at level 6, your Sacred Flame will always do damage, no matter what. And then at level 10, you're adding your int modifier to the damage.
Toning things down.
Kind of a weird feature for Light Domain isn't get it for knowledge, kind of. The subclass feels pretty different from the rest. Why no Radiant Divine Strike for Light Domain? Because they gave it to Life Domain? I don't know. Okay. And, like, I don't want to advocate for Life Domain to be even worse than it already is. It's already the worst Cleric Domain. So, like... Yes, I genuinely find Knowledge to be better than Life, because access to the domain spells, Resilient Sphere is extremely limited in access. You have to either take 7 levels of Knowledge Domain or 7 levels of Wizard to get it. And it has a bunch of unique use cases. So I find that alone to be more valuable than absolutely everything that that Life Domain brings to the table. Because if you want a Divine Strike and Heavy Armor proficiency, you could just play Nature or Tempest instead. Another exclamation, does it get in 5e? Yeah. Of course it's based off the source material. I just don't know why they didn't give Light Domain Radiant Divine Strike in 5e. It seems weird. I'm about to respec Shadowheart to Light. Why not? Do it. Light Domain's still got upsides. Like, it's got a very good Channel Divinity. You also have good domain spells. I'm a huge fan of Scorching Ray. Flame Strike. Those are very, very nice things to have. And have I mentioned the Channel Divinity is very, very good? Told to immediately respec her from Trickery. A lot of people say stupid things when they don't know how the game works. Trickery Domain is also good. Destructive Wave, yeah. Having fun with Tempest, by far my favorite Cleric Domain. My favorite subclass of my favorite class.
This is my time.
Even before duping, I like Trickery. Yeah, like, good, always prepared spells. A good Channel Divinity. Not a great one, but a good one. I'm specifically referring to the level 6 one. Level 2 one is, like, very situational without duping, but you can get value. A Blessing of the Trickster, I did an entire run themed around that. Divine Strike. Trickery's good. If we had to put all of the Cleric Domains, like, together, Trickery's not near the top, but it's not near the bottom either. A lot of damage. They're dependent on War Domain. War Priest charges are incredibly awkward to use, to the point where if I ever am playing War Domain, one of the first things I do after long resting is expend all of my War Priest charges so that they can't bother me anymore. if you are willing to play around them being extremely clunky, you can get some nice vacuum performance. As in, like, if you're willing to long rest after every fight, sure, there's value. But outside of that, it has a weapon damage Divine Strike. Now, it's one of the 2 non-DRS Divine Strikes, so it's limited in its functionality compared to those of Nature, Life, Tempest, Trickery. However, it being weapon damage does mean you can make it like psychic damage with Shadow Blade if you're into that. You can do piercing with Ballast, and it's still, even without the DRS functionality, Divine Strike is good. You get heavy armor, you get martial weapon proficiency, you get a good, always prepared spell list. But I fucking hate War Priest charges. Bonus action jank irritates you? Yeah, same. Personally, I don't like it. My favorite's between Light or Death, but people blaze it so much I wanted to ask. Yeah, it's a good question. My favorite is Tempest. If I had to pick a second, it's depending on my mood between Death and Nature. But I wouldn't call War Cleric objectively bad. It's just War Priest charges are implemented in a way that's just really fucking strange. If it was like a toggle, like you toggle on that and then the cost of your attacks changes to bonus action, like that would make it a good feature. But because you have no control, that's the issue.
2 steps at a time.
Between Death and Nature sounds like an edgy YA book series. You're not wrong.
Just a peek.
The doctors found oblivion. I will sell you what I can. Not dead, merely medicated to ease the pain. Yes. Yes. I knew these. Not much left now, but you're welcome to look.
Priest charges would just never trigger for me before the last patch, at least now I can use them. Yeah, that's a you issue. The specific issue that I and everybody else was talking about was that they trigger when you don't want them to, and that's what makes them bad. Because you cannot say, no thank you, if the game decides a War Priest charge is now active. So, if you wanted to do anything that would cost an action, you can't. You have to use a bonus action, so that means you can't use your bonus action on other things.
Now.
It's so frustrating. I hate it a lot. Switch to Tempest for this Wild Magic Sorcerer. Yeah. You just get so many good things from Tempest.
Finders keepers.
I think there isn't anything War does that Tempest doesn't do, and that's my issue with it. I guess, like, if you really want accuracy at a very steep cost, like, sure, but it's not something anyone cares about, right? I guess you get that Paladin spell in your domain list. Divine Favor is the name, I think. But yeah, like, really grasping at straws there.
The magic touch.
Shield of Faith wasn't talking about Shield of Faith. Shield of Faith is a cleric spell. Divine Favor is not a cleric spell. Crusader's Mantle's the other one, yeah. Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. My new plan, gonna play organically, stop trying to do everything perfectly the first time, whatever perfectly means. I think that's a good plan. Just thinking get Shield of Faith always prepared, I think. Who cares? War God's Blessing can be nice, but if you're supporting summons, it's usually not a huge deal if a summon doesn't hit all the time. In a party, I can see it being much more useful. Yeah, like, I did suggest, we were having a conversation of, like, support classes. I suggested War Domain over Life Domain. Because I think it just fills the role better. You could still choose to heal if you want to waste your spell slots and your actions. But you also have other things that you can do. Whereas the same is not true for life. At least not to the same extent. Light Domain could be a good support too? No. No. Warding Flare is a post-roll modification. If you Warding Flare on something in an attempt to make it miss, you could just get that person crit through their crit immunity. No. Light is not good support. And don't say Radiating Orbs. Please don't make me have that rant again. We go Gloves of Power here. Unworthy, so I don't have to worry about Blade Ward buffers. Since Stars are at a better support, at least you can do more with it. I would agree with that. like stars, you have the option of unbreakable haste scroll concentration. Concentrate on haste on an ally and just chill. War is better at radiating orbs because of the paladin spell it gets. How triggering is this? Not very, because you're right. So, like... comparing between life domain? Yeah. No, you're right, though, Happy Sir. I'm agreeing with you. Just thinking which cleric subclasses are good support. Yeah, there are a ton of good support subclasses. You open the conversation up to everyone. If you go among cleric domains, Knowledge has a Resilient Sphere. Hey, Rox. Knowledge has a Resilient Sphere. War has War God's Blessing, Crusader's Mantle. Nature has Dampen Elements. All life gets is you heal a tiny bit more, which is ultimately bad because healing is the least desirable form of support. Moving off the life cleric, the cost of making heals relevant is very high. For healing like cleric, when tabletop, you're trading high level spell slots, upcast level 1 spells. The more you heal, the lower your return on investment. Yeah, and that's both unsustainable and weak because LOL healing potions. And then that's also, if you take the damage at all, the optimal play is play in a way where you don't take the damage. Abjuration Wizard is another good support because you can just give other people your DR. Life 3, Abjuration 9 is good. Warding Bond, everyone. Cut the Life Cleric levels because you can just use the Warding Bond rings. Those don't have to stay equipped. And also any cleric can cast Warding Bond. You just have to prepare it if you're not Life. So even when doing that, like, why Life? I'm Life Cleric's #1 hater. Even in a run where I was literally not allowed to do damage, it was still useless. It was so upsetting. Put my other dagger again. Repeat myself, feel like this is important for me to know. Yeah, I might have missed a message, sorry. Is Resilient Sphere considered a hostile action when I cast in a neutral party? I don't know if it's considered hostile, but they do get a saving throw. Hey, I got life drained. My fucking con saves have been terrible. Like, do I need a barbarian level or a fighter level for con save proficiency? Like, do I need to drop ranger for fighter? Because this is getting out of hand. What sort of save is the roll? Off the top of my head, I'd say Constitution, but I'm not sure. Yeah, make people allies if you want to use Resilient Sphere on them. Either use the Strange Ox method if you're going for Isabel. You can just give Roland money. Dex save. Yeah. Anytime I see anyone implying you need a support healer in your party, my eye starts twitching. Yeah. Playing full party, if you're Bard or Rogue. If not, reroll Bard or Rogue for your support class. A Rogue is not a support class. I hate when people say that shit. Also, you don't need a support class at all. Source? You can solo the game as a non-support class, so why would increasing the number of people create a need for support classes? It's something you can do, but like, what Danny was taking issue with, and what I second, is you don't need a support class. Like, it's not a thing you need at all, ever.
I'm spent. I should unwind in camp.
That might be worth a look.
Potions exist, but also, just like not taking damage exists. Right? Once again, the abjuration-shaped elephant in the room. Level 5 abjuration can just start giving other people their ward. So like, why would they ever take damage? Nature, you could use a reaction to have elemental damage that goes at someone else. Like, even if you are going support, I'm not a healing believer. Healing is a response to a mistake. And if you approach it from that angle, sure, it has value. But I'm actually like healing. I cannot agree, but I cannot fault you either. Hey, Beyblade. Aid is technically healing? No, it's not even remotely technically healing. Aid is an HP increase. That's a completely different thing from healing. What do you mean? Thanks for the streak, Roxy. And for the lurk.
Let's chew the fat.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
Those both, as far as I read, base level 8 gives you 5 temp HP. No, it's not temp HP, it is HP. It's real HP, which is separate from temp HP. Makes your HP go up by 5. Now, if you are short of your max HP and someone applies aid to you, then you gain HP because your HP went up. Same way as if you reapply aid to someone you already applied aid to, they lose the HP, but it takes it from their max without taking it from their current, and then they gain 5 to their max HP that is also applied to their current HP, so it acts as functionally healing. But it is not healing. It is just giving you HP. I could long rest to clear this life drain, but I have been buying Remove Curse. What's my spell slots? Still fine. At a short rest, though. No, I'm not at a short rest, actually. I was lying when I said that. No. Gives me HP head pats. Nice. Aid might be like putting a pile of HP on the bottom of the stack, bumping up the regular HP? Yes. So, like, for example, also on that run where I was playing Life Cleric and then I respec in Act 3 because Life Cleric is trash, I was using, for my other levels, I was Necromancy Wizard. So I had animate dead skeletons running around, and whenever they were getting low on HP, I took advantage of how Aid applies to functionally restore their HP, but it is not healing. What I did was I applied Aid to them, and then I reapplied the same Aid to them. And the way that works is it removes the additional max, and then reapplies that while increasing the current HP by the amount you increase the max by. And it might sound like I'm being pedantic, but no, that is not healing. Because the game keeps track of what it considers healing, and that's not it. For the purpose of being able to heal your animate dead summons, for example. Because that's something you can't do. But you can aid them. So, the distinction matters. Functionally restore? Yeah, I'm down with that. Actually answers some questions I've had about Aid working on Halsin's Portal. I didn't even think of using Aid that way, but yeah, that would be the exact same principle, Candy May. Because you can't heal that normally. Now, that's not entirely true. You can use Warden of Vitality, if I recall correctly. And I don't know if it works on current patch, but in the past Transfuse Health has worked there. But conventional heals do not work on the portal yet. If Aid worked for you, then it's another example of how Aid is not healing.
Found my mark.
Hey Sora, how are you? Hey Anna, how are you? The fact that they make women's razors scented? I think this is the first I've heard of that. Male privilege, I guess. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, okay. Other people didn't know it was a thing either. I'd have to start putting /s. I mean, So, like, some of the sarcastic comments, Wrath, are, like, believable because you're also the same person who'll be like, yeah, so, I lost a bard today to trying to circumcise Dror Ragzlin with my teeth at level 1. It's like... It's sometimes hard to interpret based on text and having that information. Putting a blade on my face / neck sounds awful. Someone's not depressed enough. Haha! Twitch, it was a joke. Twitch, it was a joke. You're telling me I have mastered internet deadpan. That's a way you could interpret it. Should have razor sharp wit today. Hey, kid. Yeah, I don't have my symbiotic entity active right now. Oh, it's because I don't have wild shape charges.
And here I go.
How else would I be able to write if not for pens specific for women? Yeah, gendered products are good actually, right? Hey Chris. Razor cost is why I switched to a safety razor. Use basic blades last a long time. You get like 100 of them for the cost of a 5-pack of Gillette or whatever. Yeah, I just use the cheapest possible disposable ones, and I don't replace them when I'm supposed to. I just don't shave. I mean, I don't have to shave particularly often. So that certainly helps, but I still do have to.
Silence is gold.
Toning things down.
Oh, I have that on.
Going on the sly.
That still goes off my wisdom, so the DC on that's never going to be great, but it's fine. It's not being like, oh, beards are superior, it's just I personally look like a giant baby without a beard. I haven't seen my chin in over half a decade, and I don't care to. I'm certainly not as babyface as I used to be. But, I'm also in no rush to see my chin again. Hey, Fries, how are you? Hey, Ansel, how's the hams? It's going. It's going. Level 9, we got past the 1 hour mark. Cruising. Cleaning up some XP. How are you? Personal bias incoming. If you can grow facial hair, probably personally think you look better with it than without it. People got their preferences in that department, yeah. I was reading Reddit last night and someone was brainstorming ways to use Charger. Charger be decent for his watch while they're built for extra kite and mobility. So like Trade is on his no-cum run right now. He's playing a thief with Charger. Because Charger gets +5 damage on the attack. And it relocates you. It's action plus bonus action. Or sorry, it's attack plus bonus action. So it's expensive to do, but let's say you're playing a thief with Bloodlust, you can just do 2 charges. You can get your sneak attack going. If you're using, say, a Hunter's Dagger, then they're gonna have to, like, run to you if they survive. So that's a use of Charger. You can also use Charger Shove to shove things that you normally couldn't. So that has value as well. If you really wanted to go all in on getting a higher damage floor on your attacks from feats, you could do something like Charger Great Weapon Master for +15 on your damage floor. A while ago, Say did a run with 8 Eldritch Knight, 4 Thief, so that he had extra attack and 2 bonus actions without needing to gear for it, so he could always just do 2 charges.
Let's give it a go.
And later, Smelvin. Have a good day.
Will you play with me? I'm Oliver. Oh, find me. You weren't supposed to find good try.
Athletics failed, allegedly.
Coming through. Fool. 17 crit, 18 crit. Funny.
Not good in the long run, but funny. Hate when they do that. Get a little extra money out of this by stealing the quest reward from Oliver. So that when you talk to him, it just gives you a regular ring.
Heading out.
Guess can't knock him out.
I wouldn't give for a good rest about now.
I'll see what I can do.
Nothing happened. I don't know what you mean. We can't clear the Shadow Curse anyway, because Halsin's long dead. So, consolation prize XP. Alright, we have all the plant fights. I do currently have full immunity. Let's deal with the Shambling Mount. I'm gonna use Cloud Kill here. Stealth successful, the bane of my fucking existence. Barter doesn't count as a dash, does it? No. Not to my knowledge, anyway. Pretty sure it doesn't. There's... How are you? swear half Wood Elf is dead to me after this for all the stealth successful. Yeah. I really hate having good stealth. Honestly, Bard is kind of annoying me because Jack of all trades is giving me that bonus to stealth. It's like, no, you can do that for every skill except that one. Please, thank you. Kind of want to do a dumb solo run with Charger, Mobile, and Athlete for the Shinobi experience. You don't really need Mobile because Charger already doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, right? I mean, you get the flat movement speed, but remember your other feats matter. I'm gonna say the A word. I'm gonna say it. Ass? Yeah, it's ass. Did you bring enough to share?
Silence is gold.
You don't want stealth? I hate 10 goblins. Yeah, as Danny said, it has potential to ruin surprise runs. Also just makes your combat openers sometimes fucked up, because, like, if you're trying to start combat, and it doesn't work because you succeeded stealth, then things can get out of position. Like, I lost a couple turns of my cloud kill in that fight because the mound... stealth successful, and then the mound walked away and wouldn't get closer to me. So I had to throw a Void Bulb to pull it into the cloud kill, and then fail another stealth check. So you want your stealth low unless you are specifically trying to avoid combats. Otherwise, you want your stealth as low as humanly possible, because it's bad. Sentinel shield temporarily. Want initiative for the moment.
Making my move.
Which, let me pin on mobile. I got it. That one, right? Thank you, of course. I just like the stupidity of what Elf Crushers are in mobile. That's not stupid. Like, seriously, going all in on movement speed might sound, like, redundant to a point, but it doesn't really get redundant with how good movement speed is in this game. It really is just that good. So, no need to think that's stupid. It's not overkill? Nope. But there's always something you can be doing with more movement speed. Think about it this way. Enemies that cannot get in range to do any of their actions to you are no threat to you. So the more movement speed you have, the more easily you can do that. So if I had another 3 meters, could have gone that far. If I dashed, could have been that far. But being able to go like this far would have been great, and stacking a lot of movement speed bonuses would get me that. being able to go over here would have also been great. Like, more movement speed, I'm pretty comfortable in saying, is always better. Even in encounters where the arena is structured so that you can't really go places, like, let's say you're talking about Merkle or the Netherbrain. Those are examples of where there is an upper ceiling of where movement speed doesn't really continue to help you. But that's such a minority of encounters in the game.
Today you swore.
Yeah, the point was to not hit that attack. There's always a test. Can't get far enough for Merkle to drop combat. That's true. So, yeah, that's a movement speed. Sometimes W, sometimes L. Certain strats you don't want that to happen, but yeah, it's a thing you can do. You wedge yourself in like the right side of the door. Or I guess if you go up far enough, that's the one that got popular after a YouTuber said to do it. Reckon extended Phantasmal Force kills him. You got me real interested in Phantasmal Force. There's a lot of things I want to click it up. Like, you could rock some int ability drain with, playing Wizard or some such, using Sylvan Scimitar or, Infernal Rapier. Just poke someone, int ability drain, stick Phantasmal Force. Possible to reach level 12 without moving on to Act 3? Yes.
Empty for good.
Very particular, but yes. Phantasmal Force Acid for Noxious Fumes. Acid damage, my goat. Fucking love acid damage. Wonder if Phantasmal Force Fire has some sauce for, like, heat or oil of combustion use.
They won't see me coming. Silence is golden.
Phantasmal Force Lightning with a Tempest Cleric.
Silence is golden.
Alright, that's funny. I gotta do that. Yeah, out here not even knowing what that is. Phantasmal Force is a second level illusion spell. There are no scrolls of it, there's no gear that gives you uses of it. You have to actually learn it in your spell book. and it does its concentration, 10 turns. If the target fails an int save, then at the start of their turn, they take 1d4 damage of either psychic or the last type of damage they took. Depending on if they took a type of damage. Like, psychic is what you get if they've not taken anything else. So being able to, like, change the damage type lets you enable a bunch of interactions. It's not much damage, but as Remus is talking about, if you do acid, you can do noxious fumes. If you do cold, you can do snowburst ring. I mentioned if you do lightning, you can do thunderbolt strikes. Hey, RBF Queen, clocking in for my shift. Thanks for streaking. I appreciate it. Forget, does acid show as more yellow or green? I guess more yellow. Yeah, it's more yellow. (1d6) is it 1d6? Stand corrected. 1d6, not 1d4. Never triggered at the beginning of enemy turn? Yes. Fire phantasmal force with oil combustion. I did say that about 2 minutes ago, yes.
Let my enemies fall.
Wasn't listening? I know. $6.7k. Still got Wargaz, the Hatchery, the Giggler, Selfsame, Marcus. All of Last Light, maybe. Boulette, Grimforge. Grimforge. Yeah, we'll do that next. If I go Spiteful Thunder... What's the reasoning behind 2 levels in Druid? Circle of Spores features. I want Symbiotic Entity. I can merge that with the temp HP of Mantle of Inspiration, and it gives me an alternate way to refill it. It also gives me more benefits while I keep it active. And I get Halo Spores.
Heading out.
Okay.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends? I've scavenged all sorts.
How you doing, pal?
Price.
Toning things down.
If HP combines. If that does that, that's a symbiotic entity exclusive thing. It can merge with any source of temp HP that is not itself. So you can't merge more than 2 things that way, but does allow you to do some cool stuff. This includes, interestingly enough, Ethel's Well. So you can have Ethel's Well on while also having Symbiotic Entity as a Spores Druid. Meaning, like, hypothetically, if you were level 12, while still having access to Ethel's Well, you have the 48 temp HP from Symbiotic and the 10, like, real HP from Ethel's Well. You could also have the extra HP from Hero's Feast at that point. Like, you're a brick, you're a wall.
Keeping pace.
Ethel, my unproblematic queen.
If you're
I'm glad. Oh, I forgot to include. Yeah, we had Ethel on the list for the John of All Sins run because in that epilogue letter, she indicates she's down to clown, so I counted it. So in my head, my character left the party that withers through and blew Ethel's back out immediately afterwards. Which Ethel form? You know. Searched Ethel thirst trap last night, and I blame you. You're welcome. What can I say except you're welcome? It was the pony. Incredible. Seeing the pinned comment is so gender affirming because I am horrible at that. No notes. Hi, Cam. Don't think there's enough brain bleach in the world to fix the image you just conjured. Yeah, just... It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Considering getting myself food because I did get my Twitch payout today. So I'll be wasteful. I think it's my Neurospice. I was pretty good at math till right after Algebra 2. It was like hitting a brick wall. For me, I got math ruined by a racist teacher when I was in 4th grade. My math teacher was very, you know. So then for the rest of my childhood, I just kind of clocked out on that subject. As an adult, I'm like not bad at it, but yeah. Whose nails would be more painful, Karlach's or Ethel's? Karlach would at least, like, do aftercare, and like she would be careful. Ethel would not. So. Schools need to vet those people out. Ideally. Yeah. With a quadratic formula, at least. Sexist. The 8th grade teacher definitely hurt mine, too. Sucks how a bad teacher can derail learning. Like, teachers make such an impact. This is why teachers need to be fucking, like, respected and like, taken care of. So that they're motivated to, like, give a shit. But the impact of a bad teacher or a good teacher is lifelong. I had a couple really bad teachers and a couple really good ones, and all of them stuck with me.
The past is nearer than we think. We simply must dig.
Reed paid a livable wage, yeah. Did I re-dye the outfit? I did. Hey, Seth.
The walls are deep gnome make. Well, the chiseling is remarkable.
Big. Inhabitants were drow-sized at least.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
A lot of damage. Wish I'd polearm master. Did you even move, bro? You didn't. Lost my reaction because of his uncanny dodge. work with teachers, and if I had to deal with the things they go through every day, I'd be in jail. Yeah. Just like the disrespect from people in general. Like, I'm not talking about students, I'm not talking about like other people who work within the school system, just like regular fucking people who see no problem with things like teachers not being paid a livable wage and then having to buy school supplies out of pocket, and then also not getting paid 3 months out of the year. Like, shit like that. Just, like, you don't see a problem with this? You don't see how this makes, like, everything worse? And here in the States, no, they don't, because they see being educated as a bad thing. So, anything that stacks the deck the other way is good.
True soul, no less. What do you think, should we take near debt of her? Yeah, should split your head open and poke around. The stench don't. In that case, but whatever the spoils, now move.
So say your child. What then?
Then I'll stick.
A weekly news show thing at my high school that once did a story about teachers talk about their second jobs made me sad. Shouldn't need to have one. They shouldn't. And, like, a lot of times, stories like that will get framed through the fucking shithole that is corporate media. And they'll frame it as, like, this feel-good story where this teacher spent some of their own money to help these kids. It's like, no, that's not a good thing. That shouldn't be necessary. That's a feels bad, actually. Ugh.
Move, Hoon. Here then. Now
I'm getting too heated.
A true glad he's stuck in there with poisoned geese. Thought.
Don't get me started on the states that do the lottery to raise funds for education. They basically use that money in place of the regular budget, not in addition to. Mm-hmm.
Besides, I'd like to force
Anti-intellectualism was planted as a seed in this country long, long, long ago. Good luck rooting it out. Oh, we don't need luck. It's impossible. Not to be defeatist, but it's not possible. Too much of the cultural identity of this country in particular is being a confident idiot. Teachers donated the pittance of annual leave they get to their colleague who got cancer so they had more time to recover from cancer. Yeah, I actually heard about that story. Hey, Debbie, how are you? Dan, you better start being nice to yourself. I'm already in aggro mode. Okay, sorry. Heartwarming. These people are generously greasing the wheels of capitalism with their own blood. Reminds me of another story I saw of a kid who saved up their allowance for like several months to pay off their friend's lunch debt. It's like,
to Iron Hand. One more step, and a blow is to
What?
trunks. Wait.
And again, it was framed as a good thing. Like, lunch debt? You're talking, like, 10-year-olds are having to pool their resources to pay off each other's debts?
I'll make you cult nutters suffer.
Kids have free school meals in Minnesota, and half the country threw a shit fit when that was implemented.
It's the whole damn reason we're here.
Sorry. 33% of the country threw a shit fit. And about 25% just didn't care either way because they're sociopaths. My current conspiracy theory is that AI will be used to educate the majority of children with in-person teaching reserved for the very wealthy and private education. I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. My students are busy writing their final essays for the semester. On Monday, I assigned an essay by bell hooks for them to read. Out of 125 students, less than 10 actually read it. The discussions about it and teach it's predominantly non-white university, but it's not an HBCU. I had to explain to my students, 90% of whom are persons of color, who Cornell West and Henry Louis Gates are, the Junior are. Well, again, like, culturally, the United States is intentionally a bunch of people who don't know anything historically because that creates better capitalist worker drones. Why would you know significant historical figures? It's just not a thing. Leaky, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And as soon as my cat relinquishes control of my hand, I'll get back to what we're doing. But how was your stream? What'd you get up to? Because I'm an efficient capitalist worker goblin. Can I have my hand, please, Kevin? He's currently holding on with all 4 of his paws and his mouth just like latched onto the hand. Got up to my no Darkfish and Beach 3 challenge for charity. Love to hear it. How's that you floated that idea. How's the run going so far? And awesome work with the charity stuff.
Could come in handy.
Like Heart of Money. Happy Thursday. Here in Germany, we're far from perfect in the school system. However, compared to the US, yeah, like, there's flawed, and then there's this. I was a primary teacher for nearly 20 years in the UK, by the way, and the job has changed radically. Why are we in the bad timeline?
Down and sideways till he's more whole than flesh.
You sure we can trust him?
Shit, course I ain't sure. I ain't even trust you most days. But you've got nothing to lose. It all goes
something cosmic happened in 2016, that's for sure. Happened when David Bowie died. Some people say Harambe, some people say Bowie. I personally think it was 2015. Let's call it a lack of escalator malfunction. Let's go vigilance here. Which I have a lot of. I've been buying them wherever I see them.
I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move, and you better hope that's the worst.
They won't see me coming.
You pricks got some nerve. Clean up this mess. Near dies, heads roll. And that goes for novices too. The slowest of you lot is getting
Why do I not have an angle?
and heat.
Counter charm doesn't break concealment. Doesn't break hiding, at least. Cool. I mean, I guess a lot of summons don't.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as
Oh,
this
sorry,
one
I get
is
confused
about to
sometimes, Thread.
demonstrate.
That's my bad.
You're free to go.
You okay?
Ever onward.
I suspect Act 2 or possibly the Underdark might be more challenging, but even not using a torch hasn't impeded me too much lately. Good to hear. Spoiler, she was not okay.
Time for a chat.
You attacked someone.
I did do that.
Let my enemies fall.
Need a mod that changes all these persuasion rolls too, but I'm just a little guy.
Finding my way.
Big hit. No weapon for you. Got my buffs going again. Really? Now I can command drop on you. He went for the torch. Amazing. Where's she going? I didn't like this you having a weapon thing, but you can stop that now. Thanks, buddy. Toggle dual wield toggle on. Drink every time Quag says toggle. Do Lee. I get 2 opportunity attacks. I think that was a pretty good build showcase. And I can refill that. If your address, I can send you the slicing waters. Just type in chat, everyone look away. Oh. Right, I forgot I was considering getting slicing waters today. Depends on how late I stream.
Yeah, that rubble needs clearing.
Fetch him some moss.
Shove moss in your own gob and stay quiet. They've been fed plenty.
23 Boner Street, apartment 69. I'll leave the door unlocked for you.
Quit whimpering, or I'll take a slice off your haunches for my supper.
I have a Thunderwave scroll. I'd go crazy right now. Kind of garbage.
Attack someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that.
Oh,
as this
sorry.
one
I get
is
confused
about to
sometimes.
demonstrate. They believe.
The hell's wrong with you, drooling hoon? Shit for bro. They have lost it. Put him down.
Worth a try. 2 steps at a time.
So I convinced you to chill and you're still gonna do me like that? Mm. for this conversation option feature 3. Also, take a look at me. A real good one. You see my implants? Now, you see, I know you're referencing Cyberpunk. But at least 2 people here think you're talking about the bolt-ons. And you're all right. Trying to manipulate this situation to know in what way they get permanently hostile, so they don't know how. Sometimes kill 2 of them, less get hostile, sometimes they don't. I was under the impression that 2 of them dying makes the 3rd perm hostile.
There for the taking. And another mask. How many are there? Whatever commanded the Maragons, I hope it's long gone.
And having Song of Rest to refill Bardic Inspiration and Wild Shape charges is pretty nice. Because Song of Rest also comes back on region travel, so Bard Druid is a very sustainable combo. Mocte Virtute. I think my food's here, so I'll be right back. And I'm back. Enjoyed Bard Warlock for similar reasons. Song of Rest extra Warlock spells. That runs into the problem of your kneecapping your spell progression in both classes. So you don't have anything like good to do by restoring your spell slots. Don't multi-class your warlocks. Also like Bard expertise stuff to balance. Yeah, I would say just go all in on the Bard then at that point. Expertise is good. Bard gets that, Rogue gets that. Shadowheart from BG3 or Yenny from The Witcher 3, who is hotter? Bug flying around my head. Withers from BG3. I would say. Wait for you to say Ethel. B-Pots from BG3. I see the vision. Wait for me. How'd you even get in here? So yeah, after we fight Nier. Do I have luck at the far realms? If I do, we could go do Yerku. I mean, I don't need that specifically. I do have it. Buried my wasabi under the ginger. Come on, give me that good. Because how evil am I gonna go routing in this act, chat? We did the Grove raid. I've done the hand Aelin to Balthazar route in the last co-op with Danny. Guess it depends on what I want to do with Shadowheart. Aelin probably dies. Is this gonna be a, but first the blade run? I think it is. I think it is. That's a line in Will's evil ending. It goes incredibly hard. Alright. But first, no foreplay. Leviatar approves.
Get back. One spark and it'll blow.
Makte Virtute. Using a 3rd level spell slot on that feels bad, but...
Beldron, can you hear me? Beldron! So...
Oh.
Heretic! You should never have come here.
Not on my watch, he says. Like referring to Tadpole Charm as... any particular reason?
brimming with potent magic.
Peldron, are you alright?
Trying to charm someone with their tadpole. It's super ineffective. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? Just like that's the universal language of when you tell someone you're interested, right? You just present that.
Time for a chat.
Well, I shouldn't be surprised considering our history. And yet, and so, certainly not. Fine, and
It was over in a flash. No, good. I'm grateful, don't... Here. We were just slave hand. That...
Casanome.
Entire village is seated properly.
Probably still kill these gnomes later,
It's past time we were back
but
in
we
the
get
city.
25 XP
But
by doing it this way. Show them your little wriggler. Yeah, yeah. Ethel said she'd take care of it, but she ran off.
will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Back to Grimforge, grab the final Devil Foil mask, because I think I forgot to do that. Octave Virtute. Did I not grab the Sparks Wall? Like, why do I not see the Sparks Wall here? Huh. Well, I guess I have to go get that. I don't want to fight the Warden without Lightning Rose. I'd probably be fine. But there's a chance I wouldn't be.
That's a button there.
I just never came down here. How did I... Huh. Sure. Must have really not been paying attention when I came to the Arcane Tower the first time. Was that table dancing? It does that. They bugged it out a few patches ago. It just does that now. Get Shield of Faith right now? Don't care to. I suppose I don't actually even need to deal with the Warden to do the prison break. But there is one part of her patrol where she does go taunt Wolbrin. There's a chance she walks over to him while I'm doing my thing. Kill her. I don't have an ogre weapon to give him right now. Does Mig have a weapon? Mig does have a weapon. I would really like to use Mantle on the Warden, but I don't need to do that.
Silence is cold. What's yours? Fleet of foot.
Free real estate. Still cucumbered.
I love surprises.
Ever at your service. An honor.
Those crates. Be nice to know. You ought to be kinder,
Ah, gotcha. The bug goes flying around. I win. Go around with bugs. Second one. Second. A second bug has hit the monitor. The monitor, not the me. Any things you could do in camp in this game, like grab a drink at the bar? None of the camps are a bar, so... I mean, there's one camp that actually technically is the top floor of a bar, and that one you can use the dumbwaiter to get camp supplies from someone who is very unhappy to be serving you. I haven't bought the game yet, don't know if you could do some free roam things. It's, there's a lot of things you could do. It's kind of hard to describe, actually. I could Ratus Batus here, actually.
We were witnessed assaultings.
Praise be.
One move ahead.
I love surprises.
Wait, the scrying knife, there's hostile. That's interesting. Okay. I didn't use the spell slot, right? Good.
What I wouldn't give for a good rest about now.
Not rest time yet, Will. I could equip lockpicking gear. But I could also just continue to not do that and not get punished.
There for the taking.
We should leave. And soon.
That is the plan.
Nichols, there's something evil here. Below. Down.
Aerosol transposition? No? Just use Mirror's boots.
Unless it...
about.
Here you go, Wolverine.
Good work. You, however, are the clincher.
I must make it to Baldur's Gate. I must.
And I gotta take these gloves to make sure that Wolverine doesn't equip one of those instead of his. I think it's half his size. It's hilarious. I think it's bigger than him, right? Yeah, twice his size.
Boat's good to go. All my plan for now is to hide out on the water.
30 damage.
That might be worth a look.
So Wolverine's gonna be swinging that around when we are defending Isabel. He saw Barkus with his pants down once and just he couldn't cope. He had to compensate.
Silence is power.
Need to go buy the reverb boots. Spiteful Thunder's not doing anything for me yet.
No time to waste.
Necrotic damage there. There's the two paladins. Guess we can go for them. Do I have a fire shield handy for them right now, though? I don't. Can do them after we've dealt with Zarel, because then that'll give me a fire shield to use. Do Radiant Res Elixir. Silence. And fire shield with Amulet of the Unworthy. Gives me immunity to their thunder damage, resistance to their radiant and their slashing. Shapeshifter spoon. Smort hat. Mind reading. Lurk at work. Hey, Dad.
Can I assist you, disciple? The general has withdrawn to his chapel above. General Thorm's prayers and preparation. Even you. Excellent type. The goblin. No.
Her tongues.
I see you like to handle underlings physically. So do I. For a let's see.
She part every emotion soaks into her mind's palette. But there
We have some options here.
Exploration.
I'll click the Minthara one because I like it.
Of your faith.
How curious. I've only ever known Minthara to moan with pleasure when somebody's losing a limb. She must have liked you. Such a shame she'll never smile again. But I'll enjoy the memory of this moment.
Herb Disguise here. Mark of the Shifter. Plus 1d4 to ability checks.
She gave me everything. That's it. Play along. The relic, but we have lost contact with him.
Exactions his relic.
She's suddenly nervous.
That's why.
On edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
For Gore to order alcohols, now you choose between ordering dinner and booze. Guess which wins? Dinner, right?
General Thorm will not leave Moonrise without it. Fine. Talk to the bugbear, but don't.
That scrying eye's still there.
Toning things down.
You were witnessed assaulting someone. You're headed for the cells.
Barely a scuffle.
They believe.
They won't see me coming. And I'm off.
What's alcohol if not a cold poison soup? I don't like that I agree with you. Traditional dwarven dinner.
Sure, why not?
Ah, everyone seems to be quite a flutter. You. Wolverine! Where is he?
A moment.
Wolverine, it's me!
I said.
Sure. Well, now, one and the same. Yes?
I'm sure you would.
Not. Definitely those.
Now, if
back to Moonrise. Pop this Radiant Res Elixir. We're gonna put on Amulet of the Unworthy. Yes, to Callous Glow. Let's do Absolute's Protector. Guess I stick with that.
You hear? Of many hearts.
You'll find it all the harder once
Turn out the lights.
If you think I'm walking all the way to Baldur's Gate without a litter, you don't know me at all.
Oh, of course. Perhaps our prisoners can be your bearers. Fine view from Gnomeback, I expect. You ought to be kinder. To the prisoners, I mean. Any one of them could be elevated to true soul, should they?
Won't I?
Didn't really want to fight me there, did they? I'm gonna stand here. Opting for Branding Smite. Want my mantle back? Don't need it? No. See, I took 0. And I took 4. Good fight. So let's explain how this worked. They did Branding Smite, which makes their weapon attack a spell. So I get the 1 DR from Absolute's Aegis there. I have Radiant Resistance, I have Slashing Resistance, I have 5 physical DR from combination of Heavy Armor Master and Adamantine Splint, and then I have 2 global DR for the Radiant here from Adamantine Splint. So I reduced the Slashing and the Radiant down to 0. Did not successfully take damage, so Flesh Melter Cloak didn't do damage, but Fire Shield still did. I had Psionic Overload and Callous Glow on that. They did Reaction Divine Smite. I did successfully take damage. So then they ate Flesh Melter Cloak and Callous Glow, and Psionic Overload on top of that. And they were just struggling to do any damage to me at all. They were doing way more damage to themselves than to me. They opted for Branding Smite over Thunder Smite because they saw I had Thunder immunity.
Checking things out.
So if you get Slashing, Radiant, and Thunder resistance, these guys really can't do anything to you. They have Branding Smite? Yeah. They will only do it if you're Thunder immune. I've never seen them do it under other circumstances. How you doing, Say? Which is interesting, because, like, they should be able to do Branding Smite ranged. They have bows. I've never seen them do that. Okay. What now for XP? 3.6k. Your gear? Any idea what Cazador would fall prone at the beginning of his turn after taking damage from Lathander's passive Sunlight on Giant Barbarian, if that matters? I don't think he normally does. Can't figure out any reason would have been happening. You didn't mention doing it, and I doubt it's connected, but the first thing that made me think of is if you throw holy water at him, that knocks him prone in his mist form. Maybe there's some connection there. But that's the only weird Cazador prone thing that I know about. Favorite fights this? Yeah, your gear is awesome. Great example of preparation is everything. He's got diverse damage types. There's a bunch of enemies. There's a scroll vendor you have to worry about. You have to worry about ring outs. You have to worry about fall damage. You're rewarded for having high initiative.
Hells. I feel like a mouse.
Plus 12. Sentinel Snare, yeah. Displacer Beast has guaranteed damage, because you still take the psychic damage even if you save. concentrating on anything. Do I need to be? No. Might have bought too many fiends laying. To Red Dead Chapter 3. Nice. Is he okay? Yeah, I think he's okay. Hoarding Marigan is the next priority. Hey, super. Thanks for streaking. Why didn't you get knocked? That was weird. Fine, make that work. Might have seemed like an overcommit, but it wasn't. That order. It's fine. Doesn't let me add text to it on mobile. Mobile sucks. Another good fight for Thunder immunity? Yeah. This one, for sure. Apparently Vine's being revived by former Twitter CEO. I don't trust CEOs. I will cherish my memories of Vine, but it's dead. Do I have? Dude. Keep you paralyzed through the lethargic turn? Is the plan? Americans are bad with altitude, so if you stand right under them here, most of them get confused. Gives you basically unlimited time to deal with the Displacer Beast. Apparently Cazador failed to fall after Mighty Impel, and then after that remembered after taking the thunder damage. Yeah. Since patch 7, sometimes they forget to fall prone when you throw them, and that's a throw, so. Hey, Mateo. Shrieking. Thanks, JD. Do you think the Warcaster feat's ever worth it, especially when doing Spellcaster build alternate melee range of enemies? I think Warcaster is worth it if you're playing Storm Sorcerer. Because Storm Sorcerer at level 6 gets a feature called Heart of the Storm. Whenever you cast a leveled spell that's Thunder or Lightning, or when you use Shocking Grasp, you get an AoE around you. That's a separate instance of damage. The base value is half of your Sorcerer level, and it is the element of the spell you used. So with Shocking Grasp, assuming you are level 6, you get a 3 damage, and it's a very big AoE. 3 damage lightning AoE around you. And that works on Warcaster's Opportunity Shocking Grasp as well. So it's great on Storm Sorcerer. Otherwise, meh. There's lots of ways to get advantage in concentration saves, and there's lots of uses for your reaction in the game. So, meh. But it's badass on Storm Sorcerer. So there's a few spots in the game where you can wallbang things with AoEs. Wondering if this is one of them. Because that'd be very funny. Doesn't seem to be. That's okay. Let's gear swap. I'll want Unworthy. 3 turns of flight. Go here. Let's get Featherfall. I think I can't be moved right now, but I'm doing that anyway because it's smart. That's a juicy group. You really care about your concentration, Stars Druid 2 might be worth it. If that's not an option, get any source of advantage in con saving throws. Agreed on both counts. Stars Druid 2 makes your concentration functionally unbreakable. On any caster build, that's worth considering. But you have alternative options. You have Minthara's Armor in Act 1, you have Elixir Peerless Focus the entire game, you have Dark Justiciar Half-Plate, both the blue and purple versions in Act 2, you have Shadeclinger Armor in Act 2, you have the Barkskin Armor in Act 2, in Act 3 you have Amulet of Greater Health and Steelwatcher Helm. I think also Armor of Landfall in Act 3. It's a lot of sources.
I've rid the coast of a fair few devils, but all thoughts are rare outside the house.
Maybe the reason I was considering it is I'm planning to haste myself and go ham and melee, and concentration and save is really important. Then I would really consider going Stars Druid.
2 steps at a time.
2 levels, you go Dragon form, your concentration does not break unless you take like a huge percentage of your HP and you don't have con save bonuses. But also if you're sitting in melee, then Dark Justiciar Half-Plate is something to consider, because it's one of the best defensive armors in the game. Gives you, as long as you have Shield of Faith active, 2 damage reduction. But even if you don't, it's advantage on con saves, and you have good saving throws. Or good AC from it, rather. The only bad thing about DJ Half-Plate is that it gives you stealth advantage. And if you're going to haste yourself without Stars Druid, I would look at Haste Spores or Potions of Speed rather than the Haste spell. Not just because of the risk to your concentration, but also because it allows you to concentrate on other things as well. there's some times where you'll see me concentrate on the haste spell on myself, but it's usually when I'm at 0 risk whatsoever. Or when I'm, like, twinning it to affect someone else, too. But yeah, there's a lot of equipment alternatives, so. Warcaster just generally is not worth it. I would say if you were going non-Stars Druid, the place where you will get comfortable with your con saves is you want to have +8 and advantage. Having proficiency is huge, because that's, at level 9, that's already +4. That's half of what you need. This is Act 3, but in Act 3, you have access to Anointed and Splendor. No advanced game knowledge needed, you could just get that. That's a permanent buff for the rest of the game. That's another +2. So you're already at 6 out of the 8 you need there. Helm of Baldurin, and then you're good. Or another item that gives you at least +2, and then you're good. But there's even more passive buffs than that if you want to actually get there. And that's, of course, assuming you have no positive constitution modifier, which you are likely going to. I tend to have at least 12 con on most of my martial builds. And then, of course, in Act 3, you've got Amulet of Greater Health, taking that con modifier up to +6. It's pretty easy to take care of. Don't think I can fit Stars Druid into those other options sound great. Yeah, you've got lots of choices. If I was an elf, I'd poison res and just stand in a cloud kill. Instead, we'll Black Tentacles with Peerless Focus. Now, Ziphius did make a Lurthendor fix mod that I'm going to have to start using. But I don't have that yet. Funniest thing I ever pulled in tabletop, convincing BBG and his crony that I was going to join them via deception rolls. They let me twin haste them, then I just drop concentration. I've heard a lot of stories of people doing that. What sort of build would you recommend for poison? Thinking about doing something poison plus Hexblade. So Hexblade has the really attractive option of you can use Hexblade's Curse to increase all of your damage against the target that you've afflicted with Hexblade's Curse, and that includes your ticks of Purple Worm Toxin, and then the weaker variants of it, you know, Serpent Fang, Wyvern, Simple Toxin, all of those. But Purple Worm's the big one, because you can stack it. Each time you hit someone, you could apply another stack. Each individual stack will get your Hexblade's Curse. So you could do something like Shadowblade in one hand, which you could cast, and you upcast, get that benefit. Slicing Short Sword in the other. Shadowblade will give you advantage against creatures that are not illuminated, fulfilling the condition for Slicing Short Sword to apply its bleed. Your bleed will benefit from your Hexblade's Curse damage, and your bleed will also force disadvantage on the target's saving throws against your poisons. So you basically just poke someone with the Slicing Short Sword while coated in Purple Worm Toxin, and then they're going to start having an extremely bad time each time you poke them. And of course you could poke them with both your weapons. Hexblade makes a very good poisoner. So I would lean into coatings if you're doing poison for a Hexblade. You can of course combine that with Eldritch Knight. like 11 EK, 1 Hexblade is peak Poisoner. But if you wanted to do a Hexblade focus, you could just, you know, go all in the Hexblade levels. Did not know about Slicing Short Sword. It's so good. Because Hexblade's Curse is just extra damage on every instance. And that does mean your 2 damage bleed at level 9 is a 6 damage bleed. And if you had Rhapsody, it's a 9 damage bleed. And if you had Orin's Clothes, it's a 10 damage bleed. And if you apply Gaping Wounds, it's a 12 damage bleed. And if you apply Slashing Vulnerability, which is hard to do but possible, it's a 24 damage bleed. Dot maxing. You're welcome, Shoop. Took out my mantle in one hit. It's very rude. I only have one more wild shape charge, so. Combat actually ended there. That's amusing. Surprising how quick dots chew through things. Especially when they're stackable. Once again, beloved Purple Worm. You could do Poisoner's Ring for Vuln. Keep that in the back of your mind. Purple Worm ticks for 10. Hexblade's Curse. Gaping Wounds. Let's leave out Act 3 stuff. Assume you're level 9. You're adding 6 damage. That's a 16 damage Purple Worm Toxin tick. With Vulnerability, you can have it ticking for 32. That's also without doing Tavern Brawler bullshit. Because Patch 8 Tavern Brawler is stupid and never should have been changed to what it is, you can put on a Cloud Giant Elixir, Wild Shape into something with Tavern Brawler. And you can do this without Druid levels if you use the Corvid token in Act 3. And then all damage attributed to you gets your Strength modifier while you're in Wild Shape. So if you stabbed someone, applied 4 stacks of Purple Worm Toxin to them, you Wild Shape into a Dire Raven from Corvid token while you have this Cloud Giant Elixir active. You have Hexblade's Curse, and you have Gaping Wounds on the target. And let's say you have Orin's Clothes equipped too. So you're adding 7 damage, and then you're adding 8 damage. You're adding 15 to your poison ticks. Purple Worm's taking for up to 10. That's 25, 50. With Vuln, that's 50 damage Purple Worm Toxin ticks per tick, per stack, without damage riders. That's without lighting charges, without Callous Glow, you know, reverb, all that stuff. You can have a Purple Worm Toxin ticking for 50. Once transformed to a spider to later jump over my spikes at 6 or 7 strength. Easiest -2 to my spike growth damage in my life. Yeah. Think about Evil Dirge, melee, dual wield, 5 Gloomstalker, 3 Assassin, Warfighter. Any thoughts? Go for different builds for RP purposes mostly. Like, there's no reason to multi-class that. Honestly. Like, if you're just going RP, sure, but... Like, the fighter dip on Ranger is popular because people like the idea of action surge, and they don't like the idea of looking at high-level Ranger features. If you were to just play pure class Hunter instead of doing all of that, yeah, it's just stronger. It, of course, works, because the split of 5 Gloom, 4 Champion, 3 Assassin is very popular. That was my first Honor Mode clear. It's a lot of people's first Honor Mode clears. It's not like it'll fail you, so if you're worried about that, don't be. But it's not one that I'm a fan of. Inefficient. Started a new BG3 run today, been a month since I played. Good tolerance break. Nice. That Corvid trick is absolute gold. So on brand for Wild Magic Sorcerer. Very Fae thing to do. You think so? Want to do some like charismatic dirge? Just goes bam, crit, 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 everything dead. Like, I get the idea. Assassin has those auto crits against surprised enemies, so yeah, sure. I understand the logic there. But the thing about crits versus regular damage is if you are investing to make crits free with like your gear slots or your character levels, keep in mind you are getting something that a different piece of gear or character level could do while it's also doing what it's capable of. So, like, Assassin is my least favorite rogue subclass. There are no bad rogue subclasses, but Assassin is the weakest one because every rogue can crit at the end of the day. Sure, Assassin gets the turn of you don't have to know how to crit, you can just do it against most things in the game. But, like, as soon as you know ways to set up forced crits for yourself, it's not attractive anymore. Like, if you make good use of Crawler Mucus, bless you, thank you. If you make good use of Crawler Mucus, then you're able to set up force crits anyway, and you can kick out more damage and have more stuff under your belt by having the other subclasses, or by having other classes entirely. There's a lot of ways to force crits in this game. You have Luck of the Far Realms once per long rest, you have Executioner once per long rest, Druids at level 2 get Exposing Bite once per short rest. You have sleep effects, you have paralytic effects, of which there are many of each. Like, crits will happen. It's not something you need to build towards. I say as I'm doing a somewhat crit fishing oriented setup, but... Wife and I are about to do a full party modded co-op run. I've been trying to brainstorm builds for every companion. Need a mix of technically fun and rewarding things. For me, easy fun things for her. She's running Swarm and Romance and Karlach, and I figure Straight Giant for Karlach's fun and easy enough. Yeah. Yeah, pure class Giant goes crazy. You don't really need to deviate at all. You'll never struggle. It's just good. Haven't thought about that. Does make the multi-class redundant. Would you say pure Ranger is then better, consistent round damage, and play Ranger much past 5? Pure class Hunter is one of the most powerful classes in the game. Like, if you... I'm one of those people who I'm really obstinate about. I don't like calling things best, but, like, gun to my head, Quag, what's the strongest class in BG3? Depending on my mood, it's either Eldritch Knight or Hunter Ranger. In both cases, pure class, level 11 at least. So know how to dupe an Underground King, miss how you got the King's Knife, how the property's got an Act 1. So, you get the King's Knife from the guy in Grimforge, you equip it to a hireling, you dismiss that hireling back to the Fugue Plane, then you rehire that same hireling, and they'll have the King's Knife with the stats equipped. $2,000. Which fights have I not done? We got the Cloaker, we got the big DJ fight. We got Marcus. There's a couple of Moonrise guards. Should have dealt with while I still had the Radiant Res on. Wasn't thinking. Roulette. I need more Fire Shield scrolls. I ran out. Both of my items that give it are currently out of commission.
We are each of us. The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
So now I'm even more excited to play, especially since I haven't auto-classed since my first playthrough. Yeah, there's this common perception that multi-classing is inherently stronger, and it isn't. There are cases where multi-classing enables build interactions that weren't possible, or increases your overall level of power depending on what classes you're taking, and more specifically what classes you're multing out of, rather than into. But multi-classing is not inherently stronger than pure classing in this game. Give you an example. Optimized paladin builds, you are going as little paladin as you possibly can, because your 2 levels for Divine Smite are your paladin levels, and then you're using the other 10 levels to make up for everything that paladin doesn't give you. Whereas if you compare that to fighter, well, fighter gets good features the entirety of its class progression, and then at level 11 it gets improved extra attack, which is a very good high level feature that you, like, giving that up, you're rarely getting anything as impactful. So you're looking 11 levels of fighter in most fighter builds. There's other classes that scale up, like something that gets downplayed a lot is, I don't think people understand that, 1, Rogue does have good mid-level features and good high-level features, but 2, your sneak attack scales up on odd-numbered levels. So that's levels 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11. And on each of those, you get a sneak attack increase. 1d6 each time it goes up to a max of 6d6. But remember, it's dice, so it can double up when you crit. And then that doubled up crit, if you're attacking with vulnerability, also gets doubled up. So each sneak attack increase that you're getting on Rogue is contributing up to 24 damage. If you're a Swashbuckler, it's contributing up to 48 damage. So think of it this way. Every 2 levels of Swashbuckler, you're getting 48 extra damage on your damage ceiling. 48, not 4d8. I'm saying 48. Just for leveling up. I read a take which confidently asserted all monoclasses were underpowered. It's crazy that stupid people are allowed to talk.
Where do you hail from?
I was a farrier in Dissarin Valley. The Dreamscape.
Is this Swash sneak attacking twice? Yeah, that's Swash sneak attacking twice. Max rolled crit with Vuln. Ceiling of 48 per 2 rogue levels. So doing level 2 Paladin, 10 levels of Warlock or Bard is good. Dealt small damage per attacks, don't know what I did wrong. So, the short answer is no, because Paladin isn't good. But everything's viable. If you were to optimize around a build that included Paladin, you would be going 2 levels of Paladin and then using your other 10 levels to get whatever it is that you need that Paladin doesn't give you. So, for most people, they tend to just go 10 Bard, because you get your magical secrets at level 10. Swords Bard gives you your extra attack, it gives you flourishes you can use, it gives you, most importantly, spell slots with which to fuel your smites, because Paladin doesn't get good spell slot progression. I tend to go different directions, like picking up a Sorcerer Dip for meta magic and even more spell slots makes sense. Picking up Spores Druid for action economy, ritual spells, and extra damage makes sense. Picking up maybe you could do stars instead of spores. Maybe you still end up going Bard to pick up your extra attack that way. Like, there's lots of ways of doing it. I wouldn't encourage Warlock, because Warlock is one of those classes that you do get a lot of value out of going 11 levels or even 12 levels in, because at level 11, that's where you get your 3rd spell slot per short rest. So instead of having only 2, you have 3. And at level 11, starting at level 9, your Warlock spell slots are 5th level. So a level 11 Warlock can dump 3 5th level spell slots per short rest, which is something that you can't do if you multi your Warlock before level 11. And if you multi your Warlock instead of going to level 12, not only do you lose the additional feat that every class gets pure class at level 12, which is strong, but you also lose access to your final Warlock invocation. Now, it doesn't have to be Life Drinker. It could be whatever invocation you want from the list, but Life Drinker is a Warlock invocation that only unlocks at level 12 that adds your Charisma modifier as necrotic damage to your attacks. So, like, it's more damage to just do that. Play this game for a minute, haven't mastered, basically a strategy game guide. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have some time in. I wouldn't say I haven't mastered because nobody does, but I spend a lot of time tinkering and surround myself with other people who do. There's a bunch of people in the chat who are also knowledgeable. Should put that on a shirt? Maybe, Chris. Sometimes to be spicy, I like to take 11 levels of fighter, then add another level of fighter. That's crazy, but I'll let you cook. Level 7's always my favorite level to hit for a very special weapon. Twisting Branch Addict. But yeah, pure class Warlock gets so many things. You get, for Fiend, as Remus is mentioning, you get resistance to a damage type of your choice. You just have that, and you can switch it once per short rest for free. So you can just be like, actually, I simply resist the force damage. Killed Brain with Thought Shield in one of first runs, so I always love Great Old One. Yeah, Trade did a Great Old One Thought Shield kill. I think I still have the clip on my clipboard. Yeah, here it is. It's from a few months ago. But that's what Great Old One can do at high levels. And then, of course, Hexblade doesn't get, like, noteworthy high-level features other than, I guess you get good spell list. But you get the standard stuff that every Warlock does at high levels, which is good. And at level 6, which is a mid-level, but you get the Ghost, and the Ghosts are awesome. Did a run with the Dryad's weapon recently, also strong. Not great, but fun still. Reminds me of Steel Watcher's Great Sword in a way. It's really cool when you two-hand it, because you get that big damage die that you just throw at people.
Toning things down.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Making a move.
Get a reaction back at the end of my turn, so I can afford to do that. Need a finesse weapon for the next run. Any ideas? For next swashbuckler run? You could go Valar Luv or Lorethian's Wrath and do like two-hander stuff. That's always funny. You could run around with a water elemental applying bludgeoning bone and do training sword stuff. You could do double Undermountain reroll stuff. Hunter's Dagger Charger is another thing Trade is doing right now. Trying to think of other interesting weapons that aren't late game, of course. Short Sword of First Blood is something that I find to be incredibly underappreciated. Like, if you open a combat with a Short Sword of First Blood sneak attack, like, you're just throwing so many dice at someone in the early game, they're just gonna die. Looking at this game, seems like every choice you make changes your relationship with others. I like that depth. It certainly gives it a lot of replayability. Like, everything this game sets out to do, it does well. It's got a really engaging combat system, but people really latch onto the characters as well, and how your decisions shape them. You got a pretty good cast of memorable characters that are well acted, and have interesting branching paths they can take. A lot of stuff to love. Didn't mean to aggro them through the floor, but make it work. I want to ask if you're open to doing modded class runs. I did one Warlock in your YouTube playlist. Not sure if you did more. I did a Celestial Warlock run. I did a Bladesinger Reforged run. I did a Conquest Paladin run. I enjoyed all of those. I'm open to doing more. It's just I have a lot of vanilla class ideas, so modded classes take a backseat for me. But I am open to more. To play with Creation's Echo more. The thing about Creation's Echo that bothers me is the resistance goes in your elixir slot. So, like, you can't use an elixir if you're using that weapon. And that's, like, a little too far for me. It's terrible? Yeah. It's a shame. I guess in like a no consumable run, you can still almost justify it, maybe, kind of. But, yeah, it's a big ask. Go for Hunger of Hadar, I assume? I'd personally love to see play the Dread Overlord Warlock mod. It's a bit OP, though. That's one of the reasons why I haven't played more modded subclass runs, because I much prefer the ones that are a level of power that's kind of like in line with what we get in the game. I don't have an interest in the power fantasy mods. Like, if I'm going to use a mod, it's either to correct some terrible design choices, like with Bladesinger, or it's to make the game harder, not easier.
Just what to do. Fleet of foot.
This counter charm's so broken.
Two steps at a time.
War God's Blessing. My concentration. 5 with advantage. Of course, as soon as I started concentrating. Oh, and then also a 1 with advantage. That's fun. There's a world in which the Guiding Bolt again and another War God's Blessing makes it bypass my crit immunity. 12d6 kills me. So we do this. The Act 3 is nearby? Not yet. But I'm doing okay today. To get counter charm up again.
Two steps at a time.
Don't have a wild shape charge right now. Let's get my symbiotic going. Kind of surprised you have an angle, but I left myself enough room I can get on the other side of it. Okay, this paladin's wasting their spell slots on my counter charm. Four spell slots down. Still the wrong bow equipped. Guess I'll take advantage.
The blade will not bend.
Frighten me, whatever. You're low on spell slots. I don't want Branding Smite. I want Thunderous. Actually, it doesn't matter. I don't resist either. I don't know if I want to use a 4th level slot on that. Physical resistance doesn't do that much for me here. Case I miscalculated. Six spell slots expended. I think they have 4 more at most. There you attack the counter charm while I'm not a valid target. Okay, out of spell slots.
Fleet of foot.
Love that play. Remember, counter charm sucks. Why would you ever click counter charm?
Coming through.
Psychic press. Not much point in me doing that. Continue to play this makes you able to rewatch from the start. I'm gonna start on that. Hopefully catch your next run from the start. Let me try to give you an idea of when that might be. Assuming this run goes well, probably something like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. It's like it's Thursday today. We probably don't make it to Act 3 today. If I play this on Saturday, we likely make it to Act 3 on Saturday. If I don't, then on Monday. Act 3 usually takes me 1 to 3 streams, depending on how locked in I am. So, most likely starting a new run this time next week. You got that long. Learned a week ago, one with Shadows doesn't break with a Lithid Fly. Yeah, and the Ranger version, Hide in Plain Sight, doesn't break if you jump. Bone Spike Boots, Brutal Leap also does not break one with Shadows. So you can just, like, jump at... Like, if they're red, you can jump at someone while invis, knock them down. Even if you fail a stealth check and combat starts, you're still invisible. Can I finish CL off? I'll finish the game? Yeah. think next E33 solo I do, Kels, is gonna be either Minoko or Mael. Because I've already done Lune off stream, I've done CL on stream. I don't really feel burning desire to do Versa. Yeah.
Best foot forward.
Next run is the Stop Saying Ranger is Bad run, where Quag multiclasses Ranger with more Ranger just to prove a point. There is an old mod that lets you choose multiple subclasses from one class. So many of these gems are just not known. The things you can learn by just, like, playing the game and trying stuff you haven't tried. This is why Redditors don't know shit. Because, one, they don't play the game. And two, if they did, they would do the same playthrough that they've done for their single playthrough that they've completed. Who says Ranger's bad? Lots of people. Before, like, YouTubers started doing honor mode when it came out, and people settled on Gloomstalker as the popular thing, Ranger was the most shat upon class when the game came out. Like, it was insane levels of hater behavior. And nothing changed between people making content on it and the game coming out. But they decided that Ranger was the worst thing ever. And, like, it's funny because Gloomstalker, the one that a lot of people budged on, were like, oh, okay, well, actually, I like this one, is weaker than Hunter and Beastmaster.
What have we here?
Get 2 bonus proficiencies at level 1 and the second best martial progression in the game, though. It's wild to me. You also get a resistance of your choice. You get ritual spells. You get parts of the druid spell list. It is entirely people who haven't played something deciding that they know how it works. Sorry if you hear a dog. The neighbor's dog is going crazy right now.
Tremors. Like a child at her first ileatry.
No, upset we can't hear the doggo. Trust me, it's annoying. My guess is that people who favor Gloomstalker do so because they play with a party of 4, and most fights don't last beyond 1 round, so they like that one big extra smack from 1 out of 4 characters to start with. Yeah, but Hunter does that too, and Hunter does that better. While also having more features. The reason is it's because content creators who blew up the most in the BG3 YouTube space primarily, and also the Twitch space, were playing Gloomstalker Assassin. So that became their standard. That's all it is. It's literally just exposure. Not even popularity. Because if you look at the analytics that Larian put out, Ranger still isn't one of the more popular classes. Like, wasn't when Honor Mode came out, isn't now. But it's just exposure. I have a feeling people were biased against BG3 Ranger from the start because Tabletop Ranger had history being pretty damn weak for multiple tweaks and reworks. But the thing is, those tweaks and reworks were included in BG3. So, like, either you... Like, those people... I get what you're saying, Calfire, and I don't think you're wrong. But, like, those people are clearly proving my point correct. Because no, they didn't actually look at it. unpopular opinion, maybe Gloomstalkers for those who don't want to go rogue. I don't necessarily agree, Gigi, because, well, I think you're right in terms of a functionality angle, like what the class actually does, but in terms of perception from like the people that we're talking about, they're the ones who multi-class it with rogue. So like they end up with 2 bonus action hides and don't use either of them. Gloomstalker or Hunter, easier for no-hit runs? Depends on the level of restrictions. But if we're talking like Kaylee's rule set, the intensely restrictive one, Gloomstalker because it gets access to bonus action hide, and Hunter does not. Literally only that. But that's something you can mitigate with good resource management by just making sure you stock up on invis pots. And you just use invis pots instead of bonus action hide. And then Hunter is stronger.
You won't feel a thing. Coming through.
Okay, goodbye. Hunter Assassin's mean as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Colossus Slayer forced crits. Hordebreaker Ratbat forced crits. It's simply better than Gloom Assassin. I think I'll shortly have a good one. See you in a bit, Control. Paladin 7 Assassin for crit smites, fastest oath breaking. No, because like, okay, let's say you do that. You get your subclass online at level 8 at that point. And you have very few spell slots. In fact, you'll never have good spell slots. Like, I guess you could go pick up the 2 Paladin, then pick up the 3 Assassin, get it online at level 5, but you have no feats, you have no extra attack. So, like, your Paladin levels are making your rogue side weaker because you've denied yourself reliable talent, you've denied yourself 2 feats, and you've denied yourself a lot of sneak attack scaling. Why not just be Assassin? Probably my bias to low rest stuff. I also bias towards low rest stuff. Like, the thing with a lot of Paladin multi-classes is even if you can get to a point where it's logically sound in terms of what you do, it's never sustainable unless you take certain dips or apply the universal band-aid of meta magic bullshit. Because it's like, alright, how often can you smite? Not often, but sneak attack you can do every turn, and it does more than smites in a majority of situations. Like, just play Assassin at that point. Trade did a Arcane Trickster Paladin run, and ended up wishing that he'd just done pure Arcane Trickster. Wait for the scrying, I gotta make one more pass.
Man of
must know.
Half-orc assassin rogue for those juicy sneaks, yeah. Get that big damage. Bendluck has surprised me. Bendluck is really funny. Like, it's genuinely very, very good. I think Wild Magic Sorcerer, as long as you don't cast spells, like leveled spells, is an extremely good martial class. And that's a weird thing to say, right? But it's so funny. Like, not only can you just be like, okay, I can steal whatever I want, you can also pass whatever skill check you want. So, like, you have better reliable talent, basically. And if you are foregoing spellcasting, you just convert all of your spell slots, after you do whatever rituals you want to do, I suppose, into sorcery points. And then you have Extended Booming Blade, you have Quickened Booming Blade, you have, you know, Twin Ray of Frost, you have all sorts of, like, useful little tricks you can do, Extended Blade Ward. You have all sorts of really good stuff. The only thing you're missing is, like, good proficiencies. Like, on my Wild Magic Sorcerer, I ended up taking Weapon Master for Rat Bat proficiency. But still, like... it's just a good martial class. Funny enough. This is the one where you're doing War Cleric div, right? And you switched it up to Tempest? Tempest makes sense there, of course.
Heading out.
What if Paladin and Sorcerer means not use spell slots for spells? Can smite a bit more than pure Paladin. Not sure if smite counts as a spell though. Paladin Sorcerer is a good call. Shame on you. Like, and this is kind of one of the cases I was referring to when I mentioned how when you're multi-classing, look at what you're multiing from to determine whether it's making you stronger. If you multi your Paladin into Sorcerer, you are making your Paladin massively stronger. Because that spell slot sustain, because meta magic, you're getting a lot. You're picking up Booming Blade again. Yeah, I keep saying Booming Blade, but it's that good. But if you look at it from the other angle, I don't think Paladin makes Sorcerer stronger. Like, sure, you pick up some proficiencies, but not in a way where I wouldn't rather just do that with another class. So yeah, if your goal is to make your Paladin stronger, 2 to 3 Sorcerer levels is one of the most impactful things you can do.
To stand this close to her power.
Even if you are not using things like meta magic exploits. I think all the guards in Moonrise are dead now. We got 2 of the sisters are still worth XP, but one of them is a vendor. Self-same trial. He who was. Guess he who was makes sense right now. Haven't had to sorcery point cheese at all. Yeah, if you're just converting your spell slots, it's really not necessary. You get so many. And the impactful uses of meta magic, you're looking at using 3 points max.
Did anything you want to say?
Very sustainable. Stupid bug. Does Divine Favor get Empowered Evocation? No. Good question, though. think I overvalue Nature Cleric because I just like having Shillelagh, Spike Growth, Heavy Armor, Proficiency off the rip. Their Channel Divinity is not the greatest, but like my Cleric speed, frontlining with their Bonk Sticks. Nature Cleric's great though. Like the Channel Divinity is probably the only weak area of Nature Cleric, but like, think about it this way. Their reaction, Dampen Elements, used to cost a reaction and a Channel Divinity charge, and they removed the Channel Divinity cost. So you used to have, I guess 3 if you include Turn Undead. You used to have 3 things you could do with your Channel Divinity resource, and they took the most desirable one and made it not use that resource anymore. So like, sure, your Divinity charge tends to sit there, unless you're going for Destroy Undead on someone really, but like that's fine. Getting Heavy Armor Proficiency, being able to pick up Spike Growth, Shillelagh is really good, especially if you're doing Ironbind Shield. I don't tend to like it much otherwise, but if you're doing Ironwood Club or Ironbind Shield or both, then it's very good. And like Nature's Divine Strike is really, really, really strong. Is Nature Cleric Divine Strike DRS? Yes.
The pride of the game.
The waiting room.
All 3 elements proc out of combat. I have not tried to play it that way, but like I'm gonna have to do, based on Remus's suggestion there, I'm gonna have to do Nature Cleric. Oh no, Quag has to play another Archer Nature Cleric. Oh no. I'm gonna have to do Nature Cleric like Stealth Archer shit. I'm looking forward to it.
And the murdered lie silent. The raven asks, will you be the... They died because of her. And to this day, through it, I...
I already got the ledger. I'll preemptively calm emotions.
I thought so. The air stirs in trepidation. Well, and you will be the judge.
The dark just did. She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. Anything. I'm so sorry.
Use an inspo here. Got plenty in the bank. It's too bright here. As much as I want to do that. Yeah, you're necrotic immune. I don't think I ever realized that.
You have been judged and found wanting.
Backlash just because I have the gape on.
I've found my mark.
I missed my necrotic damage. We're gonna do one. Oh, I haven't fought the Death Shepherds yet. Right. So we got that in the pipeline too. Shadow Printer. I'm sure there's a couple Harpers I could do away with. Yeah, Horns goes on everything. Top damage and helmet slot, you're usually looking at either Horns or Gabby Pugilist Circlet, just because they go on everything. Bit of a blind spot on pure damage maxing, to be fair. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the culture of the pure damage maxers tends to omit things like utility and fun. So I much prefer your perspective. Tweedledope, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate that.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Praise Rat Bat.
Praise be. Challenge anyone to a die battle. I would lose. Chat hates my character looks. Damage maxers probably find damage maxing fun itself, though. Yeah. And, like, it's not to say that I don't have fun pushing damage as far as I can, sometimes. Like, I've definitely done perhaps more than my fair share of that. I'm still very proud of the Raphael one-shot. One-shotting Raphael in melee solo is, pretty good. Melee doesn't scale as high as ranged, and I didn't have a full party of 3 helping me. And it was almost enough to one-shot him 2 times over. If I had gotten another 100... Let's see, we did 1,123, he's got 666. So yeah. Another 100 something. We'd have gotten there. What run was that? What was the name of that? Oath of Rage. Oath of Rage. It was that one. Ziff is continuing to do good bug fixing work. Appreciate you. Bringing us collectively closer to me using bug fix mods. What's my go-to strategy to eliminate targets that have unstoppable with melee characters? Applying dots is good. So bleed, burn, stacking poisons. Unstoppable does not prevent being paralyzed, stunned, or knocked prone. So you can still, or frightened, you can still crowd control them. It's just you can't move them. So, crowd control, dots. On melee characters, I'm still willing to use rage stuff sometimes. But, hitting him with a Mind Blast and stacking up a bunch of Purple Worm will do a pretty good job. I have a telekinesis scroll. I do. Should have been doing that. Oh well. Too late now. There's really not enough Harpers left for me to justify using that here. No hit Dark Souls 3 is about as far as I enjoy damage maxing. Yes, that's the correct spelling. Shut the fuck up, Gen Z. I'm a crotch shield. Gen X, or get off my lawn. Legal purposes, it's a joke. Yeah, my view on damage maxing is I like min-maxing within whatever parameters I've assigned myself for a run. Right, I give myself a thematic box, and then I min-max within that box. Sorry, I'm sure that was not aimed at you, Tinny. I found. Is that the Wrath kill? Yeah, it is. 9 Barbarian, 2 Paladin, 1 Hexblade. Technically, Wild Magic Barbarian would have been optimal, but that was a layer I didn't feel like including. So I was playing Giant. I think I was doing Giant. Did find another one-shot Wrath, but it was 2 years ago. And I think that was Tactician. Because Honor Mode isn't 2 years yet. Honor Mode won't be 2 years old until 2 weeks from now. Level 10. So if I go 3 Druid, I can pick up some fun spells. But I think... I really do want to pick up... Booming Blade. But I guess I'll just grab that at level 12. Like, I'm trying to think, is there anything I need it for between now and then? Not really. It'd be amusing to make Ketheric flee from me and hit him with Booming Blade, but... I can do that in Act 3. If you want to haha brittle Merkle. I could haha brittle. We got time to figure it out. What was second feat? Don't have a second one. Next level will be second feat. I'm thinking dual wielder, so I can do Infernal Rapier plus something else. Because I want the Cambion. I want to try out the Cambion with Mantle. See if I can make that work. So I gotta keep the Rapier equipped. Will is very handsome, Kels. I'm also ovulating. You wanna, like, ovulate together? Yeah, it'll be so slippery.
Sure, why not?
You win this round. I have no response.
You're all right by me. Tick.
Who's ovulating without me? Oh, sorry. Just a little brovulating. One of these days, Obsidian Lace Robe. Like, we gotta find a fight where it makes sense. You think Obsidian Lace Robe against Ethel and you, like, let her hit you? Because Ray of Sickness has a saving throw component. Her stuff is, like, Ray of Sickness, Vicious Mockery. Like, I guess you could make it work there, but you need that kind of fight where everything's a saving throw. So I guess both Ethel fights. I guess if you have, like, heat, you could make it hurt Ketheric if you make him blinding smite you. Does Reaper's Scythe have a saving throw?
To stand this.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
No, Reaper's Scythe's a class action, though. Never mind. You can use it against the Nightweavers, and it's decent. Yeah, that's true. Maybe against Cazador. Gortash, maybe? Though, do you really want to stand there and take the fists? And also, they don't have saving throws, do they? Ovulating all by yourself, beautiful. Is that chat? Is this Riz? Risn't.
Calls us all to her design. Your family will answer. Eventually.
Ever at your service.
Tracking a woman's ovulation cycle shows you really care, especially if you're strangers. Oh, is that why the government wants to do that? Sorry, I get confused sometimes.
And on.
It provides melee burning enemy into caustic brine and pile of acid vials. So it causes an explosion, and that explosion detonates the acid vial, and then the saving throw is attributed to it's them against you. Because they own the burning. Makes sense.
Ever at your service.
Do I have the greater invis I need for the game? Doesn't look like it. Grab that now.
And on.
Trying an ancient mega pack run finally. Bravery. Ah. I don't think you need it. That mod will give you far more than you need. In here.
Ever at your service.
Excuse me. Bless, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
The absolute war
I said
drums
bless you out
beat
loud.
loud in
Appreciate
your
it.
chest. How
Damn you.
may I
Oh.
serve?
Oh. You know I like it when people are mean to me. Pains you? Nice. Some of the items seem genuinely cool and nifty to use, and it's just like, here's a hat that makes you immune to lethargic. Yeah. It do be like that. Your boots that double your jump distance and carry capacity.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
There's a hat that makes you mostly immune to psychic damage.
Slaughter.
It's an item that refreshes all your action points for reasons. Overbuff Poisoner's Ring. Here's a Tenacity Flail. Or not a Tenacity Flail, excuse me, a Finesse Flail. All flails are Tenacity, a Finesse Flail.
Come in the spirit of trade.
Just like, sure. Which of your runs or kills are you most happy with? Too difficult to pick? Probably too difficult to pick. Like, I guess if I had to, I'm still most proud of my no-hit run. Because it had a lot of additional restrictions. And, proves a lot of the points that I make regularly about, class balance and design and such.
Come.
I'm gonna watch that one, thanks. Yeah, I've learned a lot since then, so there's probably, like, an issue I have with a lot of my earlier runs is, like, my positions have changed, and I'm happy to admit when I've changed my positions on things, but, like, there's some takes that I've had that it's like, oh, well, that needs to be updated. But I like that that's all available, and I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. Oh, we wicked steering? I'm down to wicked steer. I can go grab exploration spots now. Ugh, whiff of tired. Yeah, let's take it from the top of the Act 1 once. Temp HP's topped off. A pair of boots that lets you sneak attack the crushing enemies with that ass. I can't understand. I'm gonna need a demonstration, just like for educational purposes, you know. And why is Flameblade so shit? I really need to cope and make it not, but like, I don't think that's doable. Oh yeah, I have Moonbeam for big DJ fight now. That's fucked up. Fifth level Moonbeam at that.
Pride of the gate. Two steps at a time.
Flameblade deserved better. I don't know why Shadowblade got the glow up and Flameblade didn't. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Get down here.
And the crypt can... Got ourselves competition already. That's our ship. Come... Nobody's...
Sometimes you got a style on them. It's about sending a message. You disguise as a gnome here. The DC is lower.
Everything all right out there?
You can still roll a 1. Is this worth an inspo? No, but I'll do it anyway.
You're dead!
Toning things down. I'm in for a good rest of it now. Keeping pace. No lock, no handle. How does it open?
Shits and giggles. Someone giggles and shits. That it's a party? I don't really know how this works.
A good trick.
Oh yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I don't have Flood Helldust gloves this run. Ooh, something to look forward to in Act 3, actually getting the Helldust gloves. I've been in DJ glove jail.
What's this now?
Thoughts on Sorcerer, different metamagic types, how do you utilize it? So, Sorcerer as a whole, shit class. Metamagic as a feature, incredibly good. Sorcerer is not carried by metamagic to the degree that Paladin is carried by Divine Smite, to draw a comparison between bad class and good feature. It's not to that extent. But like, ultimately for Sorcerer, if you are not specifically building towards specific subclass features, then metamagic is the only good thing you have left that you can't do by getting another class. But you can do a lot of things with metamagic. My favorite one is Extended Spell. I find that to be the most useful in the game in general. You could do things like extend a Blade Ward to last 4 turns instead of 2. You could do things like extend Call Lightning to last 20 turns instead of 10. You can hit someone with Extended Booming Blade and double the duration of any effects that that hit would have applied to them. So, like, let's say you have Slicing Short Sword and you do Extended Booming Blade. They're gonna get a 4-turn bleed instead of a 2-turn bleed. So on and so forth. Twin Sanctuaries can be useful, yeah. Twin on various concentration spells can end up being very useful. For some offensive spells, Twin is good. Twin Lightning Arrow is very good. Twin Hail of Thorns. But you'll notice that all of the meta magic stuff we just mentioned, you can get at either level 2 or level 3. So that's like, okay, why would you take more sorcerer levels? It's like, some of the subclasses have good level 6 features. Okay. Like, Storm has a very, very, very good level 6 feature. Draconic Bloodlines level 6 feature is okay. Shadow's level 6 feature, like, it can be built around. It can be good. But then you're looking at the level 11 features, and it's like, And then you have the problem of the Sorcerer spell list when compared to other casters. Oh, also, Wild Magic has a really good level 6 feature. Then you're looking at the Sorcerer spell list compared to other casters, and it's like, oh, you just can't do as much, can you? It's like a weird middle ground between Druid and Wizard, but you're worse than both of them. So, like, my view on Sorcerer is that it is the worst class that is not bad. Paladin is the worst class that's bad. Sorcerer is the worst of the non-bad classes. Your favorite cleric domain? Tempest. Tempest, Tempest, Tempest. What's the best class that's bad? Is it still Paladin? Yes. If you wanted to sell Wizard to a Sorcerer fanboy, how would you do it? Much better spell list. Wizard subclasses, there's also some really, really good ones. Evocation, Necromancy, Abjuration, Enchantment, Divination, Transmutation. All of those have very good things going for them. I listed the most notable ones at the top. Just don't play Bladesinger. Bladesinger's a dumpster fire. But, yeah, good subclasses. A much better spell list. Like, a much better arsenal of stuff you can do. You don't have meta magic. That's the thing you lose out on. But, something you could do is just multi-class Wizard and Sorcerer. Unlike doing, say, Sorcerer and Warlock, you're not impeding your spell progression by doing Wizard Sorcerer, because the combined progression, it combines. So as long as your total caster levels add up to 11, you still get your 6th level spell slot, and because of how Wizard spell slot scribing works, you can still scribe any 6th level spell scrolls and be able to cast things like that. So you're going to lose out on things that there are not scrolls of, or things that are not scribable. So, like, you won't get, Create Undead, you won't get, depending on your split, you won't get Resilient Sphere, things like that. But you can still be running around with your meta magic, with your Artistry of War, and get kind of the best of both worlds, since both Wizard and Sorcerer are very multi-class friendly classes. But yeah, to summarize, I really do want to stress that meta magic is very, very good. And if you consider meta magic to be synonymous with Sorcerer, then yeah, that means Sorcerer is good. But of the other sorcerer features, so few of them are things that I would ever want. And then also the spell list comes in that usually the way to have a truly strong sorcerer from a spellcaster perspective is to just like multi-class and pick up the spells elsewhere, which is the same thing as Paladin eliminating its weaknesses by not being Paladin for most of its levels.
That is where I was.
Controlled Chaos is cool, has its own search table. Didn't realize it had its own search table. Any notable differences between that and the regular table? I used it a little bit, but I didn't take too long of a look at it. I like Wild Magic as a subclass. We talked about this earlier. Wild Magic Sorcerer is a good martial subclass. Only bad. So I guess good on forcing. Good for forcing on enemies. Draws alphabetically. Interesting. Sorcerer gets better prices at vendors. It doesn't, though. Sorcerer doesn't get skill expertise. That's bards and rogues. So no, that's not a thing it does. And then also everybody can have persuasion expertise in Act 3. So, technically speaking, the class that's most likely to have the best prices at vendors is a wizard. Because of the pointy hat. Wild Magic Sorcerer, good martial. How so? Because if you're just swinging your weapon around with Booming Blade, or with a regular attack, you're never triggering a Wild Magic Surge, so that feature could never hurt you. But you're also still able to use Meta Magic effectively on that Booming Blade. You have, if you're foregoing casting those leveled spells so that you don't deal with surges, you have a ton of sorcery points to work with for doing that Booming Blade. You have Bend Luck, which is a fantastic ability both in and out of combat. You have Tides of Chaos to get advantage on something of your choice once per short rest. Like, as a Wild Magic Sorcerer, you could be like, alright, I'm going to Extended Spell Booming Blade, and then I'm going to Quicken Spell Booming Blade, and because my Extended Spell Booming Blade got a kill and triggered my Elixir of Bloodlust, I get 2 turns of Bloodlust Elixir. So now I'm going to use my second action that I have for 2 turns. On this first one, I'm going to Extended Spell Blade Ward, so I don't have to worry about buffering it or anything. And then on this second turn, I'm going to do Twin Spell Ray of Frost, so that if you're trying to run, you have no movement speed, and neither does your buddy. What did Extended Booming Blade do again? Extended Spell doubles the duration of any conditions inflicted by the spell it's applied to. So if you extend a Booming Blade, anything that you would have done to them with that weapon, the duration is doubled. So, like, let's say you put this Simple Toxin on someone. You get a Simple Toxin condition on them that lasts 2 turns instead of 1, so it ticks in 2 turns. Let's say you're doing this Oil of Freezing. You get double the stacks of Encrusted with Frost. And so on and so forth. And also, like, if you use Extended Spell Booming Blade on someone, you get a killing blow with that hit. And you have Elixir of Bloodlust on, instead of getting 1 turn of Elixir of Bloodlust, you get 2 turns. Rat Back and 1-hit freeze? Yeah. Marco Heshkir can also 1-hit freeze, if you attune to Cold. Technically, Marco equipped allows you to 1-hit freeze with bows, too. But Ratbat can do it.
Let's see what those harpies were hoarding.
I've tried the extra encounters mod. Yeah, I've run it. There are encounters in it that I like. There are encounters in it that are horribly, horribly designed. But I've completed a run with it. 2 runs, actually. 1 co-op, 1 solo. Not a mod I care to run again. Joaquin's is good? Yeah. I really like the Joaquin's edition there. I like the stuff they did in... Basically everything they did in Act 2 I thought was really good too. Like just the extra undead in Wraithwind Town. The fight in the Masons Guild, like I thought that was all really cool. But then we got to the stupid stuff. Like, the Eternal Duelist was fucking dumb. The dinosaurs in Ramesses Tower. The wild magic sorcerer that's just secretly immune to every condition in the game. It got very stupid. Yeah, the duelist was frustrating. Because his features are also poorly implemented. Like, if you end up in a situation where the duelist does not choose you for his challenge, like, let's say the duelist just uses it on a random NPC who's in the area, you can't get him to do it again, so you just have to deal with the big psychic damage. And the psychic damage also happens if anything happens to him, not just damage. So, like, if you have a Shield of Thralls on and he pops it, you're taking psychic damage from him having to roll a saving throw. If he's dead because you killed him 5 hours ago and you're jumping around the map and you landed on his corpse, you're gonna take psychic damage because you dealt crush damage to his corpse. Like, it's very stupid. Yeah, shoot. Extra encounters added the Alytha that killed people by reducing their stats and atrophying them, because there's a Mind Flayer that has the player full Alythid power, absolute consumption, or synaptic consumption, which applies the condition absolute consumption. So if you have any stat below 10, you're just dead. Like, there's no counterplay. You simply die if you cannot raise your, like, that stat above 10. And this is not me being opposed to challenge before someone thinks that that's the case. It's just like... Baldur's Gate 3 is pretty good about telling you what enemies are capable of, rewarding you using this inspect feature, and there's a lot of hidden bullshit. And there's things that you would have had no way of knowing about. Like, the run that I lost to the duelist was I was just walking into Wraithwind Town, and he was at the very, like, edge of render distance, so as soon as he rendered in, he saw me, beat me in initiative because he has super high initiative, put the challenge on me, and then my character killed themselves by throwing throwables at their feet instead of doing anything intelligent. Attack. It's like, alright, that's cool. Yay. A lot I could have done there. And not only is the duelist just an utterly shit encounter, he's an utterly shit encounter that's in 3 places in the game. So he just doesn't leave you alone. Not fun. not sure why they thought you have no agency, sit back and watch your character die would be fun. I'm convinced it's like self-insert of a character they played in a campaign or something. I haven't killed the boulette yet. I guess I could do that one in this map.
Ouch. This drow must have taken quite a fall. Check it out.
Thank you again for the in-depth sorcerer stuff. Always learn something new. Of course, my pleasure. The DM teaches the party about hubris simulator. I'm not sure that that qualifies. The hubris of walking? Yeah, how dare I assume that I don't need to have plus 13 initiative in my first 10 minutes in Act 2, or else the character is going to outspeed me, rob control of my character for a full real-time minute with no counterplay. Can't be counterspelled. Can't be resisted. And if you try to deal with the duelist without having that condition placed on you, you are taking massive amounts of psychic damage each time you interact with him. Like, even to survive throwing him into a chasm, you need enough HP and psychic resistance to survive, like, you first throwing him with the skill check, and then his body hitting whatever you throw him at. You need to survive both of those instances of damage. You actually have to build for that, too. You do Ethel solo and how? Yes, I do all bosses. And how would I... Like, what are you having problems with in the Ethel fight primary motion? Just trying to understand the question. Ethel's like fighting 1 to 8 honor mode. I don't... Huh? Are you having trouble dealing with her copies? I really don't understand what you're getting at. Is it hubris to expect the AI of your character to do more than throw 50 grease bottles at your own feet? And the answer is yes. Well, that's rage bait. Can paralyze you in GG, get immunity. Drink an elixir of guileful movement. Immunity to paralysis. Or have Ring of Free Action on if you're that far in the game. Or cast the Freedom of Movement spell if you're that far in the game. Or wild shape into an animal so you're not a valid target. Get immunity. And I don't know what 1 from 8 means. Or hide behind the door, or that. Welcome back, Mark. Shh. Dog. Do I crawl and make us a rat bat? Nah. Well... Just less than I hoped it would. Alright. Alright. Does the illicit power transfuse health have to be someone in your party? It could be someone else involved in the fight, not a party member. It could be anyone. I guess you're not prevented from doing it on enemies, but it's just you give up your health to heal whatever you're targeting. You can even heal, like, objects. Like, if there's a door that you want to keep intact, you can actually transfuse health to heal a door. It's very funny.
Could come in handy.
Yeah, you could just target nothing. House and Portal? Pretty sure it works. Unless it's been changed. Or rag slid. In the Catholic fight, doesn't matter where you eat the Mind Flayer before the cutscene. You need a death tile. Yeah, you need a... If you're trying to kill it before the, like, chasm protection that Mind Flayers have kicks in, you need to either mustard pixel it or get it into a chasm before the initiative is rolled. Mustard what? Mustard pixel. It's how I refer to, because Mustard Plant is the one who showed me the strat of the Priestess Gut throw. It's when you throw someone at an angle where you're targeting a chasm, but their body doesn't go to the chasm.
Toning things down.
I was debating whether I wanted to be careful about the disco ball, then I was like, wait, no, I'll just kill it. Easy. And just have the damage.
What a day.
Purpose of aiming for the chasm, not putting them in, if I understand the pixel thing correctly. So if you want to chasm something but still be able to loot it, but also, in the specific case of the mind flayers we were talking about, time. The way, so you probably know that if you try to throw a mind flayer into a chasm, it just comes back, right? The game doesn't want that to happen. But it's still possible to get around that if you are able to throw the mind flayer into the chasm and have it hit the death plane before initiative is rolled. So at that point you'd be going for a mustard pixel if possible for time purposes, because you want it to impact and die before combat starts. It's a lot of damage. Can I ask what's the loot from Spectator? Just a necklace that isn't very good. I'm gonna sell this. Birth Rogue, just have the damage. Oh, that's good, Kels. Nice. Very proud of you. Good job. It's fascinating to me watching people fly by the seat of their pantyhose with the hotbar organization. Do you have any particulars about your hotbar? Is it a non-issue for me? It's mostly a non-issue, but there's, like, some organization. Like, I keep my most important throwable here. I keep a mostly disposable healing potion here. I keep my shovel here so I don't have to keybind it. I keep Song of Rest here because it's close to my actual rest button. I keep stuff I'm unlikely to click often towards the right side. I keep things of a similar theme together. I try to keep cantrips towards the left here. And I keep my mantle icons together. I keep my Spore Druid features together. And then this is all attack stuff and tadpole powers. There's like some element of organization to it, but I do also use keybinds for some stuff. And I'll always have too many things for a vanilla hotbar to be able to account for. Like, see, even now. And this is without having everything I could feasibly use keybound, and it's also without the outer ring of tadpole powers here, which is going to add more stuff. Starting to get really anal about my hotbar. Sorry, I'm mature. I'm mature. I'm not going to make the without me joke. Started getting anal by roommates in car like, oh, I'm proud of you, buddy. Was it good for you? It was good for me. Ding ding.
That'd be good.
Next challenge run is 12 levels of champion fighter with the smallest hotbar. Hey, it's not small, Leaky. It's average size. It's not about the content of the hotbar. It's about the tiny Spectator looks like it needs a cigarette. I was thinking it looks like it fell asleep after Thanksgiving dinner, but either one, yeah. It's a grower hotbar, not a shower hotbar. You see, there you go. My headcanon champion fighters have Barkus level dongs. Yeah. We could pin that.
Sharp as ever.
Oh, I did that with the wrong armor on. Keck W.
That mark. There's enter him here. Thieves and murderers, the whole lot.
We still got the exploration spots in the colony. Hey, Voss, are you still here? No, he is. Hi, buddy. How you doing? Oh. Well, I'm glad I have Featherfall on.
Checking things out. Silence is golden.
Yeah, you'll give that to me later.
Checking things out.
No?
They won't see me coming.
You sort of.
Finding my way.
You kill the dragon? I did. Just stay over there. We're done. Come on. I'll knock him out again. Explosives? What about them? How did I kill the dragon? Cloud of daggers and shooting it with my bow. For 500 HP. Cloud of daggers and shooting it with my bow. How does boss stay? If you go to Act 2 without going to the mountain pass, so if you go to the Shadow Curse lands and not the mountain pass, then you come back. Then you trigger the cutscene for Voss to spawn it. Then you go to Act 2 again. Then you come back. both the triggers for Voss being invulnerable and for him and his dragon leaving are gone. And then you could fight him.
And I'm off. Easy enough.
Doing the setup for the 8-4, 9-3 Storm Swarm Shocker build. Shocker! Better favorite enemy than Ranger Knight, Wasteland Wanderer Fire. I mean, get both. I have Wasteland Wanderer Fire and Ranger Knight from one level of Ranger, so, like, get both. Those are different, different brackets. That technique, how you usually get a Silver Sword early. It's not the earliest access to Silver Sword. The earliest way would be to disarm him, with typically a Beastmaster Bear Companion. And then grab it that way. He won't stay that way, so you won't get his XP then, and you won't get the Dragon's XP, but that's how you get the sword, the earliest. That's what I mean, since I only get one of each, those two to go for. In my opinion, yeah, you can make an argument for picking up Wasteland Wanderer Poison instead. If you know you're going to be getting fire resistance, like, through some other means. Like, maybe you're going to equip the Grimskull Helm. Maybe you're a Tiefling. Maybe you're going to use the Helldusk Armor. So then picking up Poison's nice, but if you had to choose, I'd pretty comfortably go fire.
Let's chew the fat.
So much information you can cheese this game. I don't really consider the Voss thing cheese, because, like, Kithrak Voss is the most accurate enemy in the entire game. Like, you know how people think that AC is a good defensive stat? You need 38 AC and critical hit immunity for him to be unable to hit you? 38? Like, I fought him for it. I fought him for his sword. So I don't really view that as cheese. I'm not the type to view things outside of the necessarily intended path playing the game as inherently cheese. How could air conditioning ever be good against him? Because he's he prefers it warm, so he's just unable to focus on fighting when it gets a little bit chilly. Like, you know when you step into a building and they have the AC on like a little too high? He hates that. Sinuses are in pain thinking about that. Real. People leave with jaw pain because Invisalign hurts. Ooh. I'll give you some jaw pain. It's from kissing.
The blood of Lathander, spilled in holy battle with Samaster.
I get it, because Aura.
Here for all to worship.
Yeah. Then you go to Act 2 of unfinished stuff, it's automatically done. Can't do it after. Nope.
Maybe an altar display wasn't the best storage solution.
Here is a complete list of things that works that way, in terms of you lose access to a thing after a certain number of long rests, or doing a certain quest before doing another quest, or changing regions before wrapping things up. That's a complete list. And no, not everything is completed like that. So once again, like, I commonly point out that anyone who eagerly labels something cheese is usually someone who just doesn't know how the game works and applies the label of cheese to anything outside of what they experience in their playthrough. So you just did that. Be better. We got the resources. Went home from work early because the vibes told me to. Got Jimmy John's, got an Eddie, walking the pop, and we big chillin'. Good job taking care of yourself. That is important.
Into the fray.
Like, I'm not the biggest fan of the kidnap and eat method of XP in the Grove, because I feel it goes against the spirit of playing a D&D game. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's a valid XP forward strategy. I think that's a good perspective to have, Leaky. Like, there's... The whole improvised weapon and throw sphere of things is questionable from a, okay, this is extremely video gamey perspective. But ultimately, the way I choose to consume the game is by playing it as a video game. So for me, if I want XP, that's XP, I'm gonna get XP, right? Going blue Dragonborn, he's blue and pink and looks like an 80s vaporware badass. That actually sounds like that goes very hard. Also, blue Dragonborn is good. That's based. Good choices. It's like if you're playing, I don't know, Call of Duty and only apply to real warfare strategies. Yeah. The only perception there's a bummer. Just means I'll have to actually do the thing. I'm not gonna do that yet. Like, ultimately, I play BG3 as a video game because it is a video game.
Could come in handy.
Back to whatever it is I do. Have fun. Thanks, Bark. See you later. I just equip Nermisser, so I hate not having alert. Having to have this elixir on sucks. Oh, we get Hellrider Longbow in Act 3, though? Still not enough, though. Like, separate game into storytelling layer, game mechanics layer, implementation layer. Comfortable abusing mechanics layer to break storytelling layer. Quag's half comfortable abusing implementation layer to break mechanics layer. Some people are not comfortable with breaking storytelling layer at all. People not comfortable with others are likely called cheating. Exactly. I agree with that, like, 100%. And good clock on the half comfortable. Because there's some things I'll do, and there's some things I won't do. There's some things that I allow myself to do that sometimes I'll be like, I'm just not feeling it. Like, I didn't do any item duping on this attempt of this character, just because it's like, I think I'm satisfied on that. This is not me saying I'll never do it again, but there's a bunch of things I know how to do that I just don't do. But everyone has their own standards for these things, and I just really encourage, like, you do not need to legitimize your own perspective by delegitimizing someone else's. And the primary version of what I mean by that is just because you don't understand it or haven't done it yourself doesn't mean it's cheese. Because there's no... Like, there's no endpoint for that line of thought. I've seen people legitimately claim that using the inspect button is cheese. Like, using the button that the game just, like, encourages you to use to see what does what. Be like, no, that's cheese. What? What do you mean? And I think the logic is, you don't have an inspect button in tabletop, so it's cheese to use the video game feature. But it's like, again, this isn't fucking tabletop, man. Like the gay straw thing, just comically ridiculous. Oh, did you know gay straw was my nickname in college? How'd you get that one? You know. Keep that both eyes open. When playing Will, you should close both your eyes. Oh, yeah, because Will doesn't have any eyes right now. High-profile challenge runners usually die to getting too relaxed, neglecting things they know they should have done. That's like every one of my deaths lately. Like, the 2 deaths for this run. I died to Kithrak Therazin because I prepared well, but not as well as I could have. And the worst possible events happen. So, like, low percentage things, but a series of low percentage things that I could have done more to mitigate. You know, killed me. And then with the death before that, with me dying to Filro, it's because I fully wasn't paying attention. I was just yapping. And I got in combat with Filro, not realizing that he was close enough to me to use Hideous Laughter on me, and he just Hideous Laughter and Sleep stun-locked me until I died. So in both cases, it was things I knew were possible that I could have taken more steps to prevent, and just my lack of focus killed me. Maybe death to a cow was the last real one. No, like, the one where I died to self-same because of hold person, I didn't know that the copy had hold person, so, like, that was a knowledge check, and I lost. Like, I think that was not, like, a lapse in focus or anything, that was just, oh, I didn't know something that I should have. Personally, the deaths make the frequent success all the more impressive, if that makes sense. It does make sense to me, Ogre Trials, also high. Like, I would not be as invested in doing runs like this. I would not find them challenging or particularly rewarding if they, like, if the game was unable to kill me. Because then it wouldn't be challenge running anymore. The ability to fail is what makes me want to keep doing it. Well, I'm usually, like, in good spirits when I lose a run. If it was my fault, I'm in good spirits when I lose a run. If it wasn't my fault, that's when I get a little annoyed. No, you're fine, Ragnar. It's just a point I wanted to make, because it happens pretty often. You're all good. Back in the crash? Yeah, everyone's mostly dead. We're level 10 now. I can do the hatchery now.
I'm not sure what bothers me more.
Do I have any funny scrolls for this guy? Do I flesh to stone? No. Damn. What do you mean, miss?
Your future ends now.
One with advantage, baby. Is that overkill for this guy? Yeah, absolutely. Forgot to equip missile snaring. Just the archer's gonna miss me though. Watch this. I don't think there's a single recorded solo honor run that everyone would agree to consider absolutely abuseless, and I say that as a person who takes pride in his tryhard runs. I could absolutely point things out others might call cheating. Pre-dashing is the easiest one. Yeah, pre-dashing is an easy one. We had the discussions about improvised weapon. Sequence breaking the story. As you mentioned, some people will absolutely not do that. Some people consider getting Eldusk armor and Silver Sword early to be beyond the pale. And one, I think those two things aren't even comparable, but there's a lot of people who say that both are like, nah. Like, Helldusk, I get it. You have to very purposefully break Raphael's AI, or you have to use silence in a very particular way, where you're trying to prevent a conversation that you know is supposed to happen. But with Silver Sword, you can just fully organically get that by clicking disarm and being lucky. So, like, there should be absolutely no pushback on that at all. Because that's within organic gameplay. You see big, fancy sword, you're like, I want it. And Sora, thank you for gifting sub to Hollow. Very kind. For more subjective things that I've seen people take issue with, some people think that using Sanctuary is cheese. Some people think that using Darkness is cheese. Some people think that using Invisibility is cheese. Like, there's always something. Those are spells offered to you? I don't know what to tell you. Like, look at Ancient Megapack. They specifically modified the enemy AI and put a description about their reasoning there in regards to Darkness. And they made a change that didn't need to be made because the enemy AI is already willing to do that. It's just the mod author has no fundamental understanding of how Darkness actually works. They just hate it. Refreshing vendors' inventories by leveling characters is also cheese, apparently. Not sure about now, but at some time Invis potions cost 4,000-ish in Ancient Megapack. I think they're like 500 or something now, but like, what the fuck? Sanctuary Moonbeam being cheese, I can see, but just Sanctuary? Just Sanctuary. I think you can, at the same stuff, not consider stuff cheese, but you can not use it since you feel it trivializes things. Yeah, there's things that I feel trivialize my gameplay that I choose not to use because of that, and I don't police other people using those things. Like, Globe of Invuln is a good example of something that I very rarely use. Very rarely. It's not something that I, like, ban myself from doing, but it's like, I don't want to do that, so I don't, typically. Kels, thank you for the 10 gifted. You're doing too much. I really appreciate you. You know, you don't have to do that. Thank you very much. That's a lot. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Sanctuary has been buffed way too much over D&D counterparts. I can see where people are coming from. I disagree, but I understand. It's not as logically questionable as some other things.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
The only thing I think I've ever unironically called cheese is the giant strength potion stacked around an age strength character 20 plus the entire game. I have great news for you. That's a bad approach to building characters because you're still an 8 strength character. So you're putting a ceiling on your strength value, a ceiling you can go beyond without using those elixirs, and you are giving up your elixir slot to do so. You are shackling yourself to a consumable, and you are making your character weaker. So that's not even cheese. You're just weaker.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
It is simply actively worse than not doing that. Bad cheese. Welcome in, Mikey. Hope you enjoyed the sub for St. Kels. Bloodlust who? Yeah. You have me an unapologetic baromancer who likes big explosions. This is my game and how I like to play, damn it. And more power to you. Like, it doesn't fall to me to be the arbiter of your fun. We don't have to have fun the same way. You're not out here telling people they have to play like you do, and I'm not out here telling people they have to play like I do.
What a day. I could really use some shutting.
The challenge run I've been offered, sorcerer run, but not dex strength sorcerer. I had to promptly refuse. It's like, it's one of those things. Okay, so sure, you can technically call that a challenge, but not taking strength and dexterity just makes characters weaker. It doesn't matter what class they are. Because of how this game works, it's you take dexterity, and then if possible, you take strength. And then you do whatever your character's doing. But like, you take dexterity. Now, you can make that into a challenge run. Andy, Blue Collar Nerd, has a cool rule set. The Lazy Sorcerer run, where his Sorcerer has to have 8 dexterity and is not allowed to boost their initiative through any means. And that's the challenge. And I think that's cool, because that's a very specific, like, okay, this is the problem you have to solve. Always having bad initiative. I think that's cool. But that's different than like, hey, take bad stats in general the entire time. Like, that's not a challenge. That's just... Like, on the original John Normal, I had 13 in every stat, and it really wasn't an issue by the time I got to the mid-game. Danny, thank you so much for 5 gifted. That's a lot. You're also doing a lot. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Too kind as always. Danny arrived with subs. Ultimate cheese challenge. You could only use cheese as your camp supplies. I like it. Is the strength dex always important? Mindset exclusively solo run thing applicable to full party runs too? It's applicable to full party runs too. It's just dexterity is the most important stat in the game. It just does the most for you. It's your initiative. It's your accuracy and damage with bows. It's the most common physical saving throw. It's stealth checks if you care about that. It's sleight of hand checks if you care about that. It's the most... It's your initiative. Like, it affects the most things of every stat. Now, strength... The place a lot of people will go immediately is, okay, I'm playing full party, I can distribute the items I'm carrying, carry weight doesn't matter as much. But it's not just your strength. It's another physical saving throw you have to worry about. Seth, thank you for the 100 bits. It's another physical save throw you have to worry about. A lot of things that knock you prone tend to go against your strength. So, like, trip attack, for example, that's strength. Disarming strikes, that's strength. So it helps you there. But also being able to push and throw things is just really good utility in general. It's, of course, swinging your melee weapons, which every class can do, and there comes a time when everyone wants to do it. Jump distance, even just, like, getting around the world with low strength sucks. Who here has done a full party run, and you had, like, 8 strength Astarion, Gale, Will, and then you realize that they're not following you around because they got stuck on some map geometry 5 minutes ago and you didn't notice because they can't jump a gap that all the ladies can jump. Yeah, that river is what everybody thought of. Woke BG3 make the ladies stronger? Of course, women. Big lady. Used a headcanon so that Astarion keeps forgetting he could cross running water. That's good, I like that. As Say said, enhanced leap strengths. Enhanced leap and then full strength jumps in battle. Yeah, like you can't go back. It's such good mobility. Like Misty Stab who? Yo, dog, I heard you like subs, so I gave your sub a sub and then some subs. Oh, okay. Just have low strength character lead, but I get that having high strength's hell of a drug. Like, it's something you can get away with, and there's people who are far more willing to run around with that low strength than me. But for me personally, I like so many of the things that strength does, I'm very unwilling to give it up. Some runs I will, but I'll complain about it the entire time. I had a bit of a connection interruption there. You guys still see and hear me? We still good? Here, have a Jake. Thought it was me? No, I saw on OBS. I dropped a few frames.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Hello. You having a good day? His response was to back his entire head into my face. Thank you very much for the hype train, everybody. Very well. Chew. Unless you're doing it for roleplay aesthetics reason, I advise you playing against Halfling. Then again, if crit fails do give you real feels bad, I can see sticking a Halfling. Yeah, it's very much like a vibes thing. Like, if you really, really, really fucking hate seeing crit fail, sure. It's just, no, from a gameplay perspective, to ameliorate that just like a little bit, you are making your character weaker across 99% of areas in the game. But if you're okay with that, then more power to you. I haven't read Necromancy of Thay yet. I killed the Spooter yet, have I? Spider Matriarch at level 10.
The corpse
Such time, good night,
regards you
Sora.
like
Decided to. Powerful relic hidden beneath
the spell.
Guess we can go kill that Spooter. Or I could just do a Wargaz while I'm here. No, that'll lock me into some stuff I don't want to do right now. We got all the exploration points here. Let's go fight the Death Shepherds.
Silence is gold. Every step counts.
Hate that we humans are forced to do capitalism when all we want to do is be comfy and eat food. Fucking real. I don't like being forced to do capitalism. I thought I had a glyph. I do have a glyph.
Today, you fool.
I don't think that works in a preventative manner, but we'll see. It doesn't. There are more of us than there are capitalists, remember that? Unfortunately, there's also more of us that have been convinced to protect the interests of the capitalists than there are of us. That book in the game's called Immortality Practical or something like that. It should say Be Abjuration Wizard with Ham. Yeah. Damage is optional. Same with Ham Rogue. And of course you could be a Ham Rogue with Abjuration. And then, like, oh, yeah, I remember when I took damage once. I was mortal once. What was that sound? You good, Will? I think that was gonna be a crit. And then it got interrupted. Ham booming blade, ranger with abjuration 4 blade amazing, I bet. I love critical miss. Booming blade refreshes 4 stacks if you have none. Yeah. So does raging, starting concentration on hex, getting lightning charges, equipping and unequipping certain gear. Almost anything. It's quite a few conditions. It's pretty great. This would be nice if I stop missing. Like they're all alive again. It's a pain. Hurt sneezing and farting does as well. Do it fart though, and then the arcane ward sound plays. Farting is just booming butt. Yeah. Yeah. So, they don't want to attack me because I have 5 DR and resistance. Their claws do up to 8 damage, so they can never hurt me. Sorry, their claws do up to 9 damage. They can never hurt me. New drinking game, take a shot each time Quag mentions 5 DR. I gotta keep saying it because, you know, the gospel of ham, it must reach more ears.
Grand Duke Ravengard abducted to Moonrise Towers. Hells, we need to talk.
To who?
Best foot forward. I love surprises.
13k off the level. This is probably Aelin Dai's route, so we need to... Let's see. Let's assume 1,000 in the Shadowfell. Let's assume 1,500 in the Shadowfell. 5.5 in the Colony. Alright, we need a lot more. Aelin not catching a break these days. Yeah, she hasn't lived in a minute. It's not my fault. Not sure whose fault it is, but it's not mine. Oil bears. killing Aelin optimal? It depends. You get a lot more XP if you free her. And of course you get more endgame allies. But you get really good gear if you kill her. And you get an easier Merkle fight. Well, easier depending on your viewpoint. You don't have to free Aelin before you can start doing damage, so it's easier in that way.
Ever onward.
But you don't have the Jaheira Peg option, and you don't have Aelin helping you in either of the two fights where she can. So you could consider it harder for those reasons. Five major survivability tools. Most people out of challenge running circles only acknowledge damage and fight resets, while DR is arguably the most fun. Mobility and AC stacking don't hit me with the other two. Yeah, I find mobility and DR are my go-tos. I used to default to damage though, so I get that impulse. Major survivability tools. But if you like Jaheira pegging you, then letting Aelin live is optimal.
What's this now?
This is an evil run, too, so like I'm just doing less than optimal evil things here and there. Like I raided the Grove.
That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Speaking of owlbear, I could rap at this. Nah, let's do this. Used up my good poisons. Growl poison though. Motherfucker. Need to land a hit there to get that one to spawn in. Should we look away for a moment? No, I'm not going to do that. You are good to keep looking. Look over the course of the game, viability shifts from mobility to AC to DR in most cases. Probably more of a playstyle thing. I don't think I would really ever put AC ahead in terms of, like, overall viability. Because, like, think about, in the early game, you've got Ham, Adamantine, Splint covers, like, most things. But you've also got all the mobility gear. You don't have that much AC access. Even with sequence breaking, it doesn't get that crazy. Then Act 2, yeah, you have a lot more AC access. Enough for the act, for sure. But you also get a lot of levels to fuel things like your other DR things, and you get universal resistance, you get rage uptime. I'm still more inclined to go there. And you're put in more positions where getting resistance is rewarded. Like against Githyanki, making sure to have that psychic res. Against the melee ones, having slashing res. Against things in the Shadow Curse lands, having necrotic res. But then by the late game, like, DR's gotten crazy enough. Sledboard. even more 2DR heavy armors, reviving hands, Helm of Baldurin. I think I agree with your assessment, but like, obviously for me subjectively, I don't value AC that highly. Wait this long to fight the owlbears? Not always. I just forgot about them for a long time. They're 20 XP each, Kelpfire, so like, why would I go out of my way? Act 3 enables DR too much. I consider recurring healing a form of DR. Mechanically, it works out that way. For sure. Wild shape charges. Charm, so I'll do Mantle Flea.
Might will prevail.
Looks from a single strike will end his suffering. You watch.
Perhaps it'll live.
Let's get 24 AC. Consider the game won. Nothing can kill you. That's a pretty common take. Also, hi, little Chris. It's a pretty common take, and it reinforces my oft-repeated statement that I don't think people who talk about this game on Reddit play the game. Because literally every single enemy that is proficient with their weapons can hit you at 24 AC on Tactician and higher. Literally all of them. Because everyone gets +2 to hit on Tactician. So, they're able to hit up to 22. But then, if they're proficient with their weapon, proficiency bonus, +2 minimum. 24. And that's assuming they don't have a positive modifier in their attacking stat, assuming they're using a non-magical weapon. What if they have 9 strength? And I do want to reinforce that I think people who are very desperate to have their tabletop knowledge mean anything to put them in a position of authority over other people are leading the charge on weird, wrong takes like 20 AC being a lot. Because I'm sure in tabletop, 20 AC is significant. And going beyond that's, you know, feels good. In this game, 20 AC doesn't mean shit. In fact, I'm at 19 AC by trying to keep my AC low. Sorry, 18 AC by trying to keep my AC low. Yeah, I never succeed that.
And with the same symbol as that
Best damage reduction is good movement, positioning, actual DR, preventing damage in the first place. AC just a safety net, if anything. It's not even a good safety net, because AC is chance-based mitigation. Now, in vacuum calcs, you can determine odds for chance-based mitigation to kick in, but, like, why invest gear slots to decrease the chance of damage happening when you could invest gear slots to make it so damage cannot happen?
Time to see what's inside.
And then there's also the fact that AC does nothing against things that are not attack rolls, whereas mobility, positioning, damage reduction do. TTR RPG folks always talk about BG3 players with superior complexes. As someone who plays both, probably experience more of the inverse. And it's incredibly funny watching TTRPG players who think that knowledge matters have just some of the most brain-rotted takes about this game. Like, the mental gymnastics are amusing. You'll see some of them be like, well, it's just because of the gear that you get. This is not at you, Meg. Yes, most D&D campaigns are not a veritable treasure trove of items. That's true, so the AC standards are different. But this is not at you. I just want to clarify that. There's some people who will be like, it's the gear. And then they'll see, like, say, do a gearless run. And then the talking points will glitch out because they won't know what to say. It's like, jump up buffs are in order. Chosen medium armor plus 18 dex can give you AC safety for 95% of active territory, only leaving saving throw base damage part of the equation. And some of the most desirable medium armors in the game do give damage reduction. Adamantine Scale is 1 DR. Dark Justiciar Half Plate, blue and purple are 2 DR. Gear is just one of 4 main progression systems in this game, but I do consider it the most potent. I mean, cutting it leaves you the least amount of viable ways to play the game solo, once again with the correction in my playstyle. For me, it's gear, consumables, and then, like, core game system knowledge. I don't know how to, like, describe that in a concise way. But, like, knowledge of how things like dashing, things like throwing work, like the core things that every character can do. I find that that is often more important than gearing. And then, like, consumables as a whole are a pretty big part of the game, too. Which is why no consumables is such a common restriction set. Purple DJ Half-Plate is best of all worlds. 19 AC is the same as you want to with 18 dex. 2 DRs, adamantine splint level, and then it's also got advantage on constitution, and then it's also got the damage retort, which it's not a true damage retort, it's the enemy doing necrotic damage to themselves, which is situationally better than a damage retort. Often worse, sometimes better. Like, it's a crazy armor. Like the way you talk back, I do stream audio playing for my drive home like a podcast. Excellent. Quambiance. Quambiance. You know when a word sounds smelly? I don't know how to describe it. But thank you, Smelt. Hope you had a good day.
Might will prevail.
Rings. This isn't really doing anything for me, but neither would anything else right now.
The pride of the gate. Silence is gone.
Cyclone scan. The word, not your aura, just to be clear. Yeah, I appreciate that. Good damage, those rerolls going crazy. That was very nice. Featherfall. Texting my mom back and forth about wedding dresses. Hers, not mine's been very weird but fun today. Nice. I was writing a bit on progression systems and their effect on the game's playability, and realized you can smoke powder bomb through the entire game just fine. You're given a lot of tools early in the game that hold up through the entire game, like smoke powder bombs, special arrows, applicable to every run, get them at level 1. I mean, you've proven several times over, Titan String, even on level 1 characters without proficiency, remains stupid. You get a lot very early. I'm taking so many little effects here. It's a big ouchie. level 1's pretty much solved at this point, even if not done with all the classes yet. It's more comfort, not doing boring things type of choice. Yeah, I've been thinking about maybe I do another level 1, but I'm struggling to think of how I would make it interesting. Or different from the 2 I've already done. Or any of the ones you've done, or what Third Monkey's done. So I haven't been thinking too hard about it. Level 1 hitless. I'm trying to think of, like, the strats, and I don't really think that would be too much of a departure in a lot of places. Just to kind of happen naturally. Not entirely, but, like, there's a lot of overlap between hitless gameplay and level 1 gameplay. Like, we have the strats solved for the big walls for both of those types of runs, to where it's kind of like, eh. Like, the big issue in no-hit runs is Merkle. But we have so many no-hit and level 1 strats for Merkle that, like, you can cobble together one that works. Like, there's always Blood Money for Merkle. Blood Money plus Executioner is as much damage as you need, you just spend time to get the gold, and you always hit the attack as long as you have Executioner available. So, like, that's not an issue. Trying to think of what else would even be. Or gifting Invis potions is the other way, yeah. Level 1 run, but you have to play at least one level of every class across the game. The thing about that is it doesn't really change much, ever. Because at level 1, many classes are not different from each other. So, as a byproduct of that, the strats you end up using tend to just be things that any class can do. Sorry if I asked super questions. No, you didn't. Oh, she's sleepy. But, like, the first recorded level 1 solo on a run that we know of anyway was by Third Monkey, and he did it as Gale Origin, just as a wizard. He even had additional restrictions, like he wasn't allowed to use his camp chest. And then Say did it as Shadowheart, as a trickery cleric. And I did it as a Tav, but I did it as a warlock. And if you look at the strats, even across just those 3 runs, not including subsequent level 1 runs that myself or Say in particular have done, so many of the things that were done to bosses and encounters were things that any character can do. Because it's just combinations of gear, correct consumables, that sort of thing. Because your character itself is not too different from any other level 1 character. There's fewer points of divergence. Like, some of the level 1s are easier runs than other ones. Like, I'd say the hardest one, you're probably looking at Sorcerer. Probably. But, like, it's so hard to decide. It's just mostly about, can you get proficient with the gear that you plan on using for a particular encounter? And that really is the primary thing. Yeah, get Sorcerer, you're only missing shield proficiency. You're good. Honestly, just play half elf at that point and use the boring armor. I still gotta buy the Reaver boots. Did I over prep for ranged projectiles from these guys? I feel like maybe I over prepped. Sorcerer could at least drain Merkel's charisma to make the fair-ish fight much easier. And yeah, post-patch 8, you could take Shadow Sorcerer and you have a cheat death, I guess. Something. For if you make a mistake. I originally used to think that Paladin would be one of the worst ones, but like, no, you have Charisma drain on Merkel, you have decent skill proficiencies, your saving throw proficiencies are horrible, but that is what it is. You have all the gear proficiencies. Mighty Seabass, what kind of challenge is this? I am playing a Glamour Bard centric build, where I am building around using the temp HP from Mantle of Inspiration, and doing various things while I have that going. And for additional sauce, for fun, I decided I'd play it as an evil run. Which does put us a bit behind on XP. We're cleaning up stuff before we close out Act 2. Should be able to hit level 11 still, even with the XP deficiencies. A level 13 before Merkel? I know, I'm a failure. The only thing I'm missing to mitigate these arrows is Uncanny Dodge. Because resistance, and then also protection from missiles, and then also ham and adamantine splint And then also missile snaring. So yeah, I was missing Arcane Ward and Uncanny Dodge. Finish that exposing bite run, Dread Ambusher? Yeah. That was Bite Club? That was a while ago. Yeah, I did. The Bite Club tech has kind of become something that comes up in other runs now. I'm glad that concept worked out as well as it did. I think Trade's been using it a little bit in his current run. Because he has Druid levels to Wild Shape to avoid dialogues.
You remember stories of...
Tell me, if you could see you...
Well, well. The secrets this place must be hiding. There for the taking. Easy enough.
Spell slot for knock right now. I have 11 short rest potions though. I didn't realize I've been buying them. I kind of thought I had either 0 or 1. That works out. Do inventory management while we're asleep. Knock the book.
Strike from the shadows.
Should have done that.
The book you try, you can sense something dark about this tone. Something the book lips shift gently before your eyes. Words slip into your mind, onto your lips.
Didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, if you knock the book before having read any of it, a shadow comes out. If you destroy the book, 3 shadows come out. So it's possible to, without picking up the book, knock it, kill that shadow, read the book without putting it into your inventory, get the buff, destroy the book to get the 3 shadows killed. You lose out on getting the summons in Act 3, but like, since those don't really matter, that tends to be the most optimal way of doing things. I usually don't destroy the book, and I cope and pretend that the summons are useful.
Swarm impatiently. The book wants you to turn the page.
They're funny. They're not good, but they're funny.
With necromancy. The magical energies of all living things were stolen. The voices falter. Nothing. Just old part the heavy cup.
One move ahead.
I like pretending they're useful too. I like those little guys. Do you say the same thing about me?
Finders keepers.
Useful for accidentally killing an entire crew of a certain submarine. On my level 1 monk, I died to... I shoved one of my ghouls into a chasm, and then it teleported back up after it died, and then I ate the necrotic damage, but then the necrotic damage from that one killed another ghoul, and then it set off a chain reaction that killed me. It's very funny. These little guys helped me beat the brakes off Gortash before they got nerfed. I think you are overestimating their contribution. Crawler Mika's sad. No, didn't love that. How about this? Oh yeah, NPCs have an advantage against charm while they're in combat. Get him with tadpole charm then. It's not gonna work, but I'll cope. Go for it, Raw. Oh, it's on cooldown anyway. Never mind, I wasted those charm persons. So Gandrel's forced crit that he can do when he drops below half can bypass your crit immunity, as you can see here. The only reason I wasn't scared of that is because I healed up and I made sure that wasn't on a special arrow.
Coming through.
Hey, he is willing to use a dagger. That's neat. I've never seen him do that. So I guess he could just keep doing it. He rolled a 20 through disadvantage. But I guess he can just keep doing it. Anyway. Good fight, Gandrel. No BM. That was a good fight. Pro is him. He was told he could crit. He crit. 12,400. We've not hit the exploration spots in the Myconid colony. We've not hit the one in the Prism. Not hit Wargaz room. Lathander hallway. So we've got all those. Not done Marcus. Cloaker. Big DJ fight. Self-same trial. Of course, with Wargaz. Voss's Raider. Skan. There's a fair amount left. I go for Wargaz now? No, we still hunt the devil too. These guys are still alive. So I like keeping Cyril as a vendor. It runs where Karlach isn't around to care about it. She's hiding in the corner.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
In tears.
In tears. I only have 2 inspos right now. Gale, you want to do some nerd shit real quick?
Let's chew the fat. Feel the weave growing more distant. Seek and you shall find me. Where am I needed? What's on your mind? I'll be.
Ooh, maybe I get the Shadow Lantern, and I do dual-wield Shadow Lantern with Infernal Rapier, just because I think that has aura. What's my alchemy pouch grayed out? This is not the first time this has happened. Whatever, I'm gonna assume that that doesn't mean anything. And cut off from pots? Oh. Moctave or Tute. Hey, buddy.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends?
Speed pot? Mom sells so many things. Oh yeah, my colony's a lot of untapped XP too.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I haven't really been using Cloud Giant elixirs because having natural 20 is pretty good, and not having alert means I've been in vigilance mode quite a bit. I need the boots from Ovella.
Welcome back.
I greet you, son child. May your
20s are good.
Somehow you look worse than last I saw you.
Thanks, Bob.
A word, if I may.
Will be no point in lingering now.
Like, I could get my total symbiotic value up a lot higher by reducing my bard levels down, but then I don't get Mantle of Majesty anymore. And I want to work that in. I think the perfected version of this build would reduce the Bard levels down to the minimum I need for Mantle of Inspo. But then that brings up the issue of like, okay, my inspiration charges come back on long rest rather than short rest. Which of course is something I can deal with, but I really like them coming back on short rest too. So really the wiggle room's only one level, and at that point, I'd rather just have the extra feature. Even if it is rare, its availability.
Better wait till
Put on the Mighty Cloth so I have the carry weight to sell more at once. Here for the rare Quags.
we'll be clearing. No point in lingering now. I've got
Loose
the stock.
calc, like how much XP I'm behind because of the consequences of Act 1. I want to say like 5,000? Maybe 4. It's quite a bit. But if I can still hit 11 when I want to in this route, even foregoing some XP here and there, I think that'll be a pretty good sign. Let's buy the full stack of Invis pots. I have 24 Invis pots that should tide me over for quite a while. Send some of my rotten food away. Did I even grab the Acuity hat from Mason's Guild? I think I just walked past it. I guess I should grab it. Not too much left in this map. Am I feeling focused enough for Arcus? Not really. Let's do a war guess.
Ever onward.
Shapeshifter's Boon. Disguise's Gift. Go there. thought about doing Cloud Giant. He actually walked away. He doesn't do that typically.
I love surprises. Tony looks down. Quiet as a moonbeam.
That's not gonna work.
Keeping pace.
Too far away. Pretty good lineup. Do I still have any ice storms? I do.
Crush Yillik with me to the death.
Hit me. You. It's fine. Charm so you don't use your extra attack on me.
Impressive resistance, but futile.
The real play on Wargaz was to grovel rather than drop. I just wanted the style points.
No time to waste.
I forgot I don't even have my mantle on anymore. Or my symbiotic. Tragic. nice. Rolled a 20. Sure.
In Vlaakith's name!
If they're burning high rolls, then you're dead to that. Whose name? I've never heard of them either. Bug flying around's driving me fucking crazy.
Might will prevail.
Mark you over there. Very nice. Did not high roll. Shade Lightning's roll from Corpse Crash, nice. What triggers Wargaz's legendary action again? Basically doing anything hostile to him or his allies. Anything directly hostile. He has a limited number of charges that he can use for it, and those are indicated if you hover over him. Those charges do build back up. But the easiest way to counter it is if he's crowd controlled, he can't do it. So if he's prone, he can't do it. If he's paralyzed, stunned, asleep, he can't do it.
Inquisitor, you are permitted to look upon you. You bear that which is ours. But are you that is you must accept.
And synergy. I guess I have 14 Riz. It's technically damage. Maybe an act finale. So I'll have 19 there, right? Meh. But yeah, big thing to remember about Wargaz is ultimately he's just some fucking guy. He's just some humanoid guy with 145 HP. Humanoid means old person, means Surgeon Subjugation Amulet, and 145 HP means he's not surviving some juicy forced crits. So whether that's special arrows from the Titan String Bow, whether that's a big Scorching Ray upcast, whether that's a monk dumping flurry of blows, you put some sauce on it and you can kill him before anyone else can do anything. Also, if you don't care about his loot, has him. You can just minor illusion him out of the room and throw him over the railing. Humanoid means cook, pretty much, yeah. Applies to Wargaz, applies to Orin, applies to Saravok. Gortash less so because of the mechanics of how his stuff works, but like in some areas, yes, even him. Almost clicked the wrong thing. That a bit sad. Bought this game, wonder how big it is. Very big. There's a lot to do. My first playthrough, even having missed a bunch of significant content, took me 110 hours. I have done many more playthroughs since then. You'll definitely get some good hours logged on whatever platform you're playing on out of this game. My favorite multi-class for Wizard? I like taking 10 levels of Evocation Wizard and then 2 levels of Warlock. That's just kind of the damage spellcaster. You're just a walking problem. We need a guide to start playing? No, and I think your experience would be better if you didn't have a guide. You want your first playthrough to be your first playthrough, not someone else's 5th playthrough as they tell you what to do, right?
Incredible. Do the Githyanki know of this place? Let's give it a go.
Nightbot trolling.
Here I go.
Yeah, I would just encourage reading. If you're on PC, you can hit T and just inspect anything and get more information about it. You just keep hitting it, getting more information. It's very good. I think it's D-pad down on controller, I was told.
Don't do it.
Heat pulse your mind a time.
Alright, any bets on the corpse? What are we getting scroll-wise? I'm thinking Fireball.
Could come in handy.
Fear? Detect thoughts? Ooh, that's an inspired one. Vampiric touch, telekinesis, circle of death. Cloud kill.
This better be good.
See. Magic missile. Oof. Oh yeah, our very normal Dream Guardian.
And now, you've come here to murder me.
No, not with that hair. I worship you too much.
Very well. What do you want to know? The stuff of nightmares, and no concern of yours. It is enough that you see that I'm... The Lich Queen fears nothing more than the loss of her empire. But since you spared me that fate, good luck.
Bulge. Yeah, I'm trying to lick her bulge. Problem? I'm trying to turn that bald spot into a wet spot.
I'm glad you came to your senses. Now leave, before the others come for us.
It was so hard to keep a straight face saying that. Because I failed perception on the door to get the Dawnmaster's crest, I can only open that by doing the puzzle. So we're going to hold off on actually getting the Blood of Lathander right now. But I can go over to the Blue Jay and tell him the Eagles are dead and kill him. That'll be 11 XP. Yes, a whole 11 XP. And jumping doesn't work today either. I keep getting stuck in the air. It's actually quite nerve-wracking. Octave or Tute.
A word, if I may.
I've got nothing left. Steel. Oh, sure. Eagles. When I escape.
And we're gonna go give Esther the owlbear egg because we did not ask for the money up front. We get the XP this way. If you do ask for the money up front, then you only get the XP by giving her the real egg.
What news of our little It looks different to what I expected. Are you sure that's a Githhead? What does the sign? Thank you so much. I should hope so. When adventure calls, I am always thoroughly prepared. Take a look.
I don't really care about these items, but I'm greedy.
Now.
Silence is gold.
Oh, she died. Can you give a real egg and then kill her to get it back? Yes, but the game will not consider you as, like, having the egg back. So, like, if you talk to Lae'zel about it, she'll think that it's gone. If you care about such things. Thanks, you're welcome. Alright, Lae'zel's gonna force a long rest here. We are going to kill Voss when he shows up here. We already got his XP, but he brings a friend.
I could use company.
sky.
Had I been there, tell me you don't trust it. Keep
You're
another part of the but when true.
I mean, actually, I don't need to kill boss. It's just 75 XP and a sword I'm not going to use. But we're doing evil run anyway. Hi XP, I mean friend.
Sut your child. Skaka Kier Gith Shabeleth.
Blacketh's demise.
Spit up the bring blaze.
I am
the zip.
I will hear no more.
He's still at 1 XP because I had knocked him out. So, yeah.
The traitor Voss is dead. Let his heresy die with him.
Strange little artifact. Voss was headed to Sharesh's caress in the city. We should pay it a visit.
Yeah, praise the Lich Queen, I guess.
If the traitor is dead, I have honored the 10,000, and like any threat, it must be.
It's not even a real fight. That being said, good night. Good night, Say. You won't be missing much. I don't think I'm going too much longer today.
The dog wags his tail, a small bag clenched between his teeth. He gives in and surrenders his...
Didn't even kill him. The emotional damage got to him. Gonna eat a burrito. Bye. Bye, Smelva. Thank you for stopping in. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Not gonna go too much longer here. Just a little bit. The idea behind next session of this run will be actually going into the Act 3 finale. Or, not Act 3. That'd be a long haul. Act 2 finale. If at all reasonably possible. So we're still cleaning up XP here. 10,000 XP off of level 11.
I've scavenged all sorts.
Still have Marcus. Ball of Last Light. Tuscan. Blood of Lathander. Few Harpers. The Moonrise Vendors. Haven't done Oathbreaker Night. That'll be a last resort. Myconid Colony. Oh, we still have the big DJ fight. And then thinning out Balthazar's guys. Oh, yeah. Actually, I shouldn't have sold him that backpack. Give me that back. I'll take a Sunbeam. Half-orc thief with King's Knives and Act 1's a hell of a drug, I'm now finding out. Oh yeah, that half-orc crit, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's gotta go crazy. Good call.
Silence is gold. Ever onward.
They accomplish.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot more.
So pull this off.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Being excited to see charm scrolls is weird.
I greet you, son child.
Still hasn't happened yet, but one day I'm gonna accidentally hit the, hey, let's fight dialogue option in there. Done that by mistake? Uh-oh. Yeah, like, they give you so many ways to start fights with Omelum there, and it's like, no, I don't ever want to do that, game. One-shotting the Shadow Druids out of their forms, that's great. And you can Bloodlust off of that. Killing a wild shape counts as getting a kill. So, action economy go burr. terrible for putting things in to trip you up. Sometimes it's definitely just trolling, yeah. Like, you don't need 4 separate ways to start combat with Omelum in dialogue. It just... It's not necessary.
That's that then.
And 2 levers that say break, yeah, that's another good one. I'm debating if I want to do one more big fight before we go or not. I don't think I want to do the big DJ fight because that is going to take some significant time. Probably not Marcus either for the same reason. Suppose I could have waited on mantling there.
A word, if I may.
And gotten some allies too.
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
Just like attack button when you're allying with Orpheus game straight up telling you can end this run if you choose. It's just a bit of trolling. Very devious. Really thinking about Shield of Devotion here. 10 extra HP is something. Basil Majesty work with Hypnotic Pattern. I don't know if that counts as Charmed, but also they're both concentration effects, so hard to pull that off in solo. So I wouldn't know. I haven't tried though, either way. Prepping for when we do this fight. I think I will still work against Marcus here. I'm also going to be funny. For whatever reason in patch 8, they removed the ability to directly trade with Jaheira. I have no idea why they did this.
Keeping pace.
But it just means I now reverse pickpocket stuff if I feel like being that level of silly.
I'm sure you would.
I don't need Morphine Slang.
Now, if you
Go straight for Tiscan right now. Is that a good idea?
Ding! Anything you want to say? Any.
This is a bussy crunch angle for them. Probably.
My brothers had the dreams too.
The
Ahoy,
absolute
Captain.
war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
I spent some time working on my decks last night. Probably do more of that tonight.
Time for a chat.
It was good having my decks done. Yeah, first time.
Ever at your service.
So you're gonna do your Scarlet Violet decks now, right? Surely.
An honor.
Yes.
Going back might feel weird.
She gives them to you fully formed. You hear her?
Look at it this way, you're probably gonna go back eventually because prep for champions.
You haven't felt like prey in many Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
We'll certainly take Crawler Mucus. I guess I should have a Thunder Wave.
Come.
CA makes it easy to reset EVs. Doing lots of transferring. Mm-hmm.
Is that noise coming from the gadget the gift night?
Toning things down. Every step counts.
Jake, go away from me.
Well, Quag has failed to kill you. I won't make the same mistake.
How many speed pots do I have? Oh, a lot. Hey, Capital Summer. Doing okay. Off to bed. Good night, Seth. If you use a layaway bag for scrolls, a way of preventing the vendor from using those scrolls against you in combat. Does the layaway bag also do that? The layaway bag also does that. Very fortunately. Do I have Wall of Fire? Wall of Fire would be perfect here. I do. You got a little steam cloud going. I wish I had lightning charges. Shame about the concentration, but do I dare just put down counter charm? No. Be smart.
I will
take the artifact for my queen.
You hit me. And you're charmed. You can go ahead and give me your weapon. Don't need this anymore, you don't do slashing damage. Oh wait. Right, you frightened me with that too? Well played. What do you do about that?
No time to waste.
She doesn't want to stay in the silence. Boo. Blur to get through the lethargic turn. It's that glowing thing. This one? This is counter charm. It's a level 6 bard ability. She did frighten me. We were talking about that before, thanks. Of course. Surely I'm no longer frightened, right? Thank you. Losing my symbiotic entity does cost me a lot of damage. Switch to Cloud Giant for damage here. Fucking ow, man. Fine. I'll engage with your mechanics. Kidding. Random bullshit, go. That still had oil on it. Wild. She doesn't seem terribly interested in the counter charm, which is a shame. really think I want to rehaste. Just gonna go here and take another Eldritch Blast. Fine. Ow. Thought I bought magic missiles. They're there. Two wedged in the corner. Good fight.
Must be what Voss's device was alerting us to.
There is
It's a fun
darkness
encounter when
to
you let
these
her get
warriors
turns.
that endures even now, long after their lives were spent. But who did they serve?
Good idea, stream elements. I will say. Considering what I can do with my current level of energy. 9,000 XP off. Just cleaning up stuff in the Gauntlet of Shar and doing Marcus will get us to the threshold. It'll be the threshold to hit 11, like, right before Merkel. So doing Myconid Colony, disposing of the last couple of Harpers, Moonrise Vendors, Lathander area, last couple exploration spots, yeah, that'll get us there. So let's see, go right here. To bow of awareness.
Your violence hasn't gone unnoticed. It's about to be returned in kind.
That's 6 seconds. That was 6 seconds.
Easy enough. Heading out.
Eventually gonna want to kill all the nurses in there, even though I did already get their XP. Oh, we have Shadow Printer too. I think I sent Spell Sparkler away to Shart. Let's correct that. Yeah, this will be the last thing we do today. Some mage hand value. Doing this. Up a bit. Maintain these. Kevin, what are you doing over there? He's just sitting on top of the litter box. Like you're a little heavy to be doing that, man. I can see a dent. Asserting dominance. Just do 2 because I'm lazy. Alright, I'm guessing this will be a 3 printer. Four. We take 4. 4 is good. Yeah, we used to think that took a lot of bombs, but 2 bombs, 4 copies. I don't know. The bomb, why are you not there? Hey Keith, thanks for streaking.
Here goes nothing.
Heard cat noises. Trying to ascertain what's happening. It appears Jake was cozy, but Kevin wanted that spot, so Kevin moved in on it, and Jake was like, alright, fine, I'm going to get food anyway.
day, you fool.
How can those oozes go prone? It's like they can. How does that work? Back in proper setup. Alright. 8.3k off. So yeah, we're doing well. So even a raid the Grove route can still hit 11 pre-Merkle. So with a sufficiently clean sweep. Now, this is inclusive of Raphael and Elminster. But it's also with Minthara living, which is XP negative, even for Raid the Grove route. And I didn't really go out of my way to thirst kills on friendly goblins in the Grove raid, and I'm sure I could have squeezed a lot there. Like Black Ops was that zombie game we played a few years ago. I think those Black Ops Cold War. I haven't played Call of Duty since then, though. Don't really care to either. Yeah, I think that's it for today, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Hope you had a good time. Short stream, only 8.5 hours. Tomorrow, co-op with Danny, who is on right now. So we'll just raid her. How do you kill Elminster? Oh, I can still answer, Shibby. Ideally, you just throw him in a chasm. It's 1000 XP. It's just a construct that he sends to talk to Gale. So as soon as you fed Gale at least one magic item and he's recruited, just throw Elminster in a chasm. I don't want to fight him in a straight fight because he's crazy strong. But yeah, we'll raid Danny. In terms of this run, I either continue this on Saturday or Monday, depending on how I'm feeling. Saturday might end up being variety. I decide these things 5 minutes before I go live, though, so you'll know. But we made very good progress, and I appreciate you guys keeping me company for that. Join the raid. Danny's doing a cool, very thematic solo honor run. And again, I'll be co-oping with her for stream tomorrow. So if you're not already following, make sure to do that. This fucking cat. He just pooped, came out of the box, wiped his front paws on a shirt that he stole from me that I just noticed. Alright, bye.